Chapter 632. What happened? The earth is rising, the earth is rising. Countless cultivators exclaimed. Ong! Ong! Hundreds of earth dragon veins continued to collide, and the earth in the vast area around Yanjing suddenly expanded. Amidst the rumbling, the ground grew taller and taller, and so did Yanjing. Standing in Beijing and looking into the distance, one could clearly see the ground sinking in the distance. It was fine for ordinary cultivators because they could not see far. The 100 dragon veins took up too much space. The ground rose higher and higher. Gradually, the high-level cultivators found that there was a sea of clouds at the edge of Yanjing. Yanjing suddenly soared to the same level as Yunhai. Some cultivators even flew into the distance. Rumble. Standing at the edge of Yanjing, one could even see the countless clouds below their feet. Several thousand feet. This piece of land has risen by several thousand feet. Someone cried out in shock. What a rich heaven-earth yuan qi. It's several times more than my sect's. Countless cultivators sighed. Meng Ziqiu frowned as he sensed the heaven-earth yuan qi. Senior Meng, the essence qi here seems to be even more. A Confucian cultivator said in disbelief. Meng Ziqiu nodded and said, that's right. In terms of the qi of heaven and earth here, it's even denser than in Julu City. Cultivating here will yield twice the results with half the effort. In the forest to the south. Gathering the dragon vein in Beijing. What a powerful dragon luring technique, this is a feng shui master. Great wisdom Bodhisattva frowned. Feng shui master. Shinkoin Kuroha was surprised. Shinkoin Kuroha, you have collected too little information. Yan Chuan knows a feng shui master, why is it not in the information you gave me? Great wisdom Bodhisattva said in a deep voice. I don't know. There's no news at all. Shinkoin Kuroha felt wronged. Taking a deep breath, the great wisdom Bodhisattva looked at Yan Chuan on the high platform again. 100 dragon veins gathered and the essence qi of heaven and earth gathered around Yanjing. Many cultivators even planned to stay and cultivate. On the high platform, Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Then, he grabbed the investiture of the gods and looked at the officials. On the investiture of the gods, there was a large Zhen character. One layer above the word Zhen, on the leftmost side, a large word Huang slowly appeared. Below the word Huang were the two words Yan Chuan. Then came the second column. The word Empress appeared, and below the word Zhenro slowly appeared. Looking at Zhenro who was listed as the Empress, Yan Chuan sighed in his heart. She had already passed away, but Yan Chuan still placed Zhenro in the ranks of the Empress. Third row, Crown Prince. When the Crown Prince and his entourage appeared, Yan Chuan fell silent. Looking at the empty space below the Crown Prince, a golden cloud slowly condensed, as if it was about to condense a name. But halfway through, Yan Chuan sighed softly, and the golden cloud slowly dissipated. The name below the Crown Prince and his entourage didn't condense. Instead, it gradually dissipated. From today onwards, Huo Guang will be the first army commander of the great Jin dynasty. Yan Chuan shouted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Huo Guang said respectfully. Next, the words First Army Commander appeared on the investiture of the gods, followed by the words Huo Guang. From today onwards, Yi Feng will be the second army commander of the great Jin dynasty. Yan Chuan shouted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Feng said respectfully. Chapter 633. On the investiture of the gods, the word Second Army Commander appeared, followed by the words Yi Feng. From today onwards, Lu Jin will be the general manager of the great Jin Empire. Yan Chuan shouted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Jin said respectfully. From today onwards, Lu Gang will be the Governor-General of the Great Jin Empire's Eastern Intelligence Agency. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Gang stepped forward respectfully. From today onwards. With the investiture of the gods in hand, Yan Chuan ascended to godhood one by one. One by one, the officials were reported on the investiture of the gods. All the officials whose names were reported were shocked, and a surge of providence rushed into their bodies. Great Qin Empire's national beast, tiger. Finally, Yan Chuan shouted once again. On the investiture of the gods, the words national beast and tiger appeared at the last moment. In Bai Ditian's palace, providence. Supreme Being, is this providence? Supreme Being, I feel providence entering my body. The tiger race demons were feeling the providence excitedly. Only Bai Ditian squinted his eyes and looked towards the west. All of you have received orders from me and the heavens. You must abide by your duties and strengthen our great Qin Empire. Yan Chuan kept the investiture of the gods and shouted. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live your Majesty! After another round of cheers, Great Qin Empire officially ascended to godhood. In the southern forest, Shinkuin Kuroha and the Great Wisdom Bodhisattva frowned. It's over. Emissary, should we take action? Shinkuin Kuroha asked with a frown. Yan Chuan must die, but this doesn't seem to be the right time. The Great Wisdom Bodhisattva frowned. Not the right time. There are too many people watching. I'm worried. The Great Wisdom Bodhisattva frowned. Shall we wait 2 days before killing Yan Chuan? Shinkuin Kuroha asked. Just as Great Wisdom Bodhisattva was about to nod, his expression suddenly changed. On the high platform, Yan Chuan put away the investiture of the gods and suddenly turned to look at them. No, Yan Chuan has discovered us. Great Wisdom Bodhisattva's expression changed. Ong. Above the sea of providence clouds, the golden dragon of providence suddenly let out a deafening roar. As it roared, the golden dragon of providence suddenly twisted its body and swooped down toward the southern forest. Roar. The loud dragon roar carried a strong destructive force, causing the ears of many cultivators to ring. The dragon's eyes widened in anger as it clawed at the forest. Rumble. The entire forest was completely crushed under the dragon's claws. Not good, attack. Shinkuin Kuroha shouted. More than 20 figures attacked the golden dragon of providence almost simultaneously. Boom! The dazzling light instantly blinded some of the surrounding shouja. Ah! Bastard, Yan Chuan! True Lord, save me! Miserable screams rang out. When everyone's vision recovered, a shocking scene appeared in front of them. The forest was destroyed by the golden dragon of providence. On the ground, there were corpses crushed by the golden dragon. They were badly mutilated and disgusting. In mid-air, the Great Wisdom Bodhisattva stood on a golden lotus. He clasped his hands together and looked at the opposite side with anger. There were 9 people left behind the Great Wisdom Bodhisattva, including Shinkuin Kuroha. Shinkuin Kuroha's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the opposite side. Chapter 634. On the opposite side, the golden dragon of providence circled around Yan Chuan. The golden dragon of providence stared fiercely at the 10 people in the air. The golden dragon of providence's sneak attack had caused Shinkuin Kuroha to lose more than half of his forces. How could he not be angry? Great Wisdom Bodhisattva and Shinkuin Kuroha stared coldly at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan also stared coldly at the 10 people. Great Wisdom Bodhisattva. Shinkuin Kuroha. Yan Chuan sneered. You did it on purpose. You discovered us a long time ago. Shinkuin Kuroha said with hatred. The exposure of Shinkuin Kuroha and Great Wisdom Bodhisattva shocked the surrounding cultivators. That's the sect master of the Great Winged Heaven School. Great Wisdom Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva. He's a bodhisattva. Why did Yan Chuan attack them? Can Great Qin fight against a mid-level sect? Countless curious voices sounded as they looked at Yan Chuan on the high platform. You want to disrupt my great Jin's founding? It's a pity that you didn't bring your entire sect here. It's a pity that you didn't bring hundreds of sects here. You have missed your last chance today. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said coldly. Last chance. Shinkoin Kuroha narrowed his eyes. Yan Chuan ignored Shinkoin Kuroha and looked at Great Wisdom Bodhisattva who was on the golden lotus. Great Wisdom Bodhisattva. You came all the way from the west. It seems like you'll have to return empty-handed this time. Yan Chuan said coldly. You're just a country under a dynasty. It's like a low-level sect. Do you really think you're invincible? Great Wisdom Bodhisattva said coldly. A country under a dynasty? You know about the celestial nation? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. According to the information gathered over the years, Yan Chuan discovered that there was no celestial empire in this world. How did the wise Bodhisattva know about it? The imperial dynasty is a lower country, the imperial dynasty is China, and the celestial dynasty is a higher country. It seems that Kong Susu did indeed leave that information to you. Emperor Mo Ku really shouldn't have trusted her. I was right to come. The Golden Dragon of Destiny. Unfortunately, you're still far from being able to deal with me. Great Wisdom Bodhisattva said indifferently. Oh. Yan Chuan showed a trace of disdain. With a flip of his hand, Bodhisattva Great Wisdom took out a pair of golden gloves. A large amount of seven-colored light flowed on the gloves. After putting on the gloves, the Bodhisattva of Wisdom suddenly waved his hand. Dragon subduing. Great Wisdom Bodhisattva waved his hands. Rumble. Suddenly, two huge golden palms appeared in the void. Each of the palms was thousands of feet long, and they pressed down on the Golden Dragon of Luck. Wherever the palms passed, strong winds blew in the void. The palms were about the same size as the Golden Dragon of Luck. The two palms seemed to have enveloped the Golden Dragon of Luck, and a strong force pressed down on the Golden Dragon of Luck. Roar! The Golden Dragon of Luck suddenly roared, and golden light shot out from its body. Its strong body suddenly twisted. Boom! Boom! The dragon's tail fiercely swung under the two golden palms, and the two palms suddenly stopped. Then, they grabbed at the Golden Dragon of Luck again. The huge palms covered the sky as if they were controlling everything. Buddha's golden palm. That glove is a Western treasure. Buddha's golden palm. Isn't it in the hands of a Buddha? Why is it in the hands of the wise Bodhisattva? Buddha's golden palm is a Buddhist Tao quasi-immortal artifact. The Golden Dragon of Luck. Can it block the Buddha's golden palm? While the cultivators were still in shock, a golden palm fell from the sky as if it was going to smash the entire Yen capital into powder. It was as if the palm was going to destroy the entire Great Chen. Chapter 635. The Buddha's palm descended from the sky with a destructive aura, as though it was going to destroy the entire Yenjing. The million-strong army was shocked. Although there were a lot of them, the force was obviously beyond what they could handle. Even if they attacked at the same time, they would still die under the Buddha's palm. The power of the palm was too strong. Standing below, they felt as though a strong gust of wind was pressing down on them, suffocating them. On the high platform, Yan Chuan looked at the Buddha's palm descending from the sky and squinted his eyes. Roar! The Golden Dragon of Providence suddenly roared, twisted its body, and rushed towards the Buddha's palm descending from the sky. Previously, the Golden Dragon of Providence was still avoiding the Buddha's palm, but now, it had to face it head-on for the sake of Yenjing. Far away, the Great Wisdom Bodhisattva revealed a satisfied look. The Buddha's palm had captured the Golden Dragon of Providence several times, but the Golden Dragon of Providence escaped. This time, with the threat of destroying Yenjing, the Golden Dragon of Providence obediently gave in. Subdue the dragon. The great wisdom Bodhisattva glared. Boom! The golden dragon of providence and the Buddha's palm collided, and a violent gust of wind blew in all directions. A large number of cultivators swayed in the wind. Boom! Another loud sound was heard, and the other Buddha's palm suddenly slammed onto the golden dragon of providence from the side door. For a moment, the two Buddha's palms seemed to have trapped the golden dragon of providence. Ong! The golden dragon of providence struggled, but it couldn't escape the grasp of the Buddha's palm. For a moment, the golden dragon of providence was trapped and couldn't escape. Ha ha ha, Yen Chuan, how's that? The great wisdom Bodhisattva laughed. Trapping the golden dragon of providence was like holding down Yen Chuan's hand, and Yen Chuan couldn't use the power of the golden dragon of providence. Yen Chuan sneered, so that's all. Great wisdom Bodhisattva's expression turned cold. Ong! 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 All of a sudden, the original 100 dragon veins all roared. Then, one could see the silhouette of a golden dragon emerging from the ground and rushing toward the golden dragon of providence. What's that? Dragon vein. Dragon veins. That's dragon chi. While countless cultivators were astonished. Hundreds of streams of dragon chi rushed toward the golden dragon of providence trapped by the Buddha's palm. Rumble. As the dragon chi entered his body, the golden dragon of providence suddenly trembled violently. Furthermore, his body was slowly growing larger. The golden dragon of fortune was furious. It twisted its head and roared furiously. Ong! Crack! Crack! Under the dragon's roar, the huge Buddha's palm was slowly pushed open by the golden dragon of providence. How can this be? The great wisdom Bodhisattva's expression changed. Dragon subduing might. The great wisdom Bodhisattva used all his strength to activate the Buddha's golden palm. Rumble. The Buddha's palm became even more dazzling, but the golden dragon of providence couldn't stop it at all. As it grew larger, the golden dragon of providence's size and strength also increased. 2 times, 5 times, 10 times. From 1,000 feet long, it grew to 100,000 feet long. The Buddha's palm that originally trapped it looked so childish at this moment. Do you really think the Yen capital's feng shui array is just for show? Yen Chuan said coldly. Boom! A dragon claw clawed at one of the Buddha's palms. The other dragon claw followed suit. Rip! Boom! Chapter 636. The massive Buddha palm was torn apart by the golden dragon of providence. Bam! The golden glove on the great wisdom Bodhisattva's hand also exploded. No, impossible! The great wisdom Bodhisattva exclaimed. At this moment, the golden dragon of providence suddenly grabbed another Buddha. Rip! Boom! The other Buddha exploded. The other glove on the great wisdom Bodhisattva's hand also exploded. No! The great wisdom Bodhisattva exclaimed. That was a pseudo-immortal artifact. The Buddha golden palm was destroyed by Yen Chuan's golden dragon of providence. The great wisdom Bodhisattva looked at the palm before looking at the furious golden dragon of providence. Whoosh! The great wisdom Bodhisattva turned around and shot into the distance. Roar! The golden dragon of providence roared as it charged forward and instantly arrived in front of the great wisdom Bodhisattva. Crack! The huge dragon claw grabbed at the great wisdom Bodhisattva. Buzz! The golden lotus beneath the great wisdom Bodhisattva's feet instantly formed a boundary that enveloped the great wisdom Bodhisattva. Boom! The dragon claw grabbed onto the boundary and dragged the great wisdom Bodhisattva back. Yen Chuan, what are you doing? The great wisdom Bodhisattva exclaimed in panic. The golden dragon of providence suddenly exerted force. Crack, 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 crack. Large amounts of cracks suddenly appeared on the boundary. What am I doing? What do you think I am doing? Yen Chuan said coldly. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators held their breaths as they watched quietly. When the Buddha golden palm struck out, everyone thought that Yen Chuan and great wisdom were finished. They had just established their nation and was about to be destroyed. However, who would have thought that the legendary Buddha golden palm would be torn apart by the golden dragon of providence? Great wisdom. This is the strength of great wisdom. What a powerful golden dragon of providence. Too ferocious. Countless cultivators revealed a horrified expression. At this moment, the Bodhisattva of wisdom was trapped by the golden dragon of providence. I'm the great wisdom Bodhisattva. If you dare to kill me, Emperor Mo-ku will definitely come to the east and destroy your body and soul, the great wisdom Bodhisattva said in a panic. Ka 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 ka. More and more cracks appeared on the golden lotus barrier. Yen Chuan's eyes were cold, without a trace of pity. Second level of the middle void stage. In Yenjing, you can only rely on your magical equipment. Unfortunately, your magical equipment is also destroyed. Moke. Since we dared to kill you, we are not afraid of Mo-ku coming again. Yen Chuan's eyes turned cold. Boom. The barrier exploded, and so did the great wisdom Bodhisattva's golden lotus. The golden dragon of providence clawed at the great wisdom Bodhisattva. No. Great wisdom Bodhisattva roared. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the golden dragon of destiny's body trembled. The great wisdom Bodhisattva in its palm was rescued by a white light. Someone else was coming. It was a man in a silver Taoist robe with a tall Taoist bun on his head. His face was fair, and he had a small mustache on his chin. He looked extremely handsome. He was surrounded by a silver aura and looked extremely ethereal. Although he stood in the air casually, he exuded an aura of nobility. His eyes were glowing as if he could see through everything in the world. This was the person who saved the great wisdom Bodhisattva. At this moment, he stood in the air and looked at the golden dragon of providence with interest. Roar! The golden dragon of providence roared at the man in the silver Taoist robe. Who are you? Yen Chuan asked coldly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not far away, several figures soared into the sky. It was Mo Yushi, Qing Long, and the others. Chapter 637. Greetings, Tao Lord Yu Yu. Mo Yushi said anxiously. Tao Lord Yu Yu. One of the three great Tao lords of the Dazhao Holy Land. Immediately, countless cultivators around revealed looks of surprise. Tao Lord Yu Yu was a very distant existence in everyone's hearts. That unattainable existence actually appeared here. This is Tao Lord Yu Yu's main body. Meng Zichio's face darkened. Greetings, Tao Lord Yu Yu. Countless cultivators around bowed respectfully. Holy daughter Yushi is actually here too. Ha! Tao Lord Yu Yu smiled slightly. Where did you come from? Why did you save the monk this time? Mo Yushi asked puzzledly. Oh. I can't save holy daughter Yushi. Tao Lord Yu Yu smiled slightly. No, the monk this time came from the west and confronted the native sects of the east. Tao Lord, why are you helping the foreign monk from the west? The Dazhao Holy Land is mighty and dominates the east. How can you damage your own prestige? Tao Lord, is this the Holy Lord's intention? Mo Yushi frowned. Little girl, you know how to use the Holy Lord to suppress me now. Tao Lord Yu Yu said with a smile. Yushi doesn't dare. Tao Lord Yu Yu looked at Bodhisattva Great Wisdom who he saved. Bodhisattva Great Wisdom bowed respectfully to Tao Lord Yu Yu. Thank you, Tao Lord Yu Yu, for your help. I can't thank you enough. Bodhisattva Great Wisdom said respectfully. Tao Lord Yu Yu looked at Bodhisattva Great Wisdom, then looked at the enormous Destiny Golden Dragon. Finally, he looked at Yen Chuan. Great Qin Dynasty. It's rare to build a sect with a country. You must be Yan Chuan. Dao Lord Yu looked at Yan Chuan and said with a faint smile. Greetings, Dao Lord Yu. I wonder why Dao Lord Yu is here. Why did you save Bodhisattva Great Wisdom? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan was neither humble nor arrogant, without any intention of bowing. Dao Lord Yu looked at Yan Chuan and could feel the arrogance emitted by Yan Chuan. However, Dao Lord Yu did not harp on Yan Chuan's attitude. I'm here to look for Bai Ditian. I didn't expect to see the Great Perfection Kingdom. What an imposing manner. This great wisdom Bodhisattva is the disciple of an old friend of mine. Why don't you give me some face and not pursue the matter? Dao Lord Yu looked at Yan Chuan. Although Dao Lord Yu's tone was polite, it contained a will that could not be refuted. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and glared at Dao Lord Young Moon. There was a brief moment of silence. Good. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Roar. The golden dragon of Providence suddenly flew up into the Sea of Providence. Suddenly, a large amount of dragon chi leaked out and turned into hundreds of golden dragons. They flew back the way they came and rushed towards the dragon veins. The dragon chi dissipated, and the golden dragon of Providence returned to its original size of 10,000 feet. It hovered above the Sea of Providence. The golden dragon of Providence returned to its position. Yan Chuan flicked his dragon robe and ignored Dao Lord Yu as he walked down the platform. Turning around and leaving. That attitude of ignoring Dao Lord Yu caused Dao Lord Yu to raise his brows slightly. No matter which sect it was, when Dao Lord Yu descended, the masters of the various sects were all careful and respectful. This was the first time Dao Lord Yu had seen someone ignore him like that. She was slightly anxious. However, Yan Chuan's attitude was already set and he naturally would not turn around to curry favor. Looking at Yan Chuan's back view, Dao Lord Yu's eyes darkened slightly. However, it was hidden very quickly. The Bodhisattva of Wisdom looked at Yan Chuan who left and was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to describe his feelings at that moment. Was Yan Chuan crazy? He actually had such an attitude towards Dao Lord Yu. Down the platform, Yan Chuan looked at the officials. Feng, inform all the cultivators that came that the imperial examinations of Great Jin will be held 10 days later. All the scholars and virtuous people will be invited to become officials of Great Jin. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Feng replied. Chapter 638. Half a month had passed since the founding of the Great Jin Empire. In a mountain forest. The great wisdom Bodhisattva and his two disciples looked at Shinkuan Kuroha. Shinkuan Kuroha, I have to go back. The great Jin Empire has appeared out of nowhere. I have to report this to the Lord as soon as possible, said the great wisdom Bodhisattva. Ah. You're going back. If you go back to the west, what about me? Asked Shinkuan Kuroha anxiously. Don't worry. As long as you don't go to Yenjing and provoke Yan Chuan, you'll be fine. The great Jin Empire can't do anything to you, said the great wisdom Bodhisattva. Really? Yenjing is the border of the great Jin Empire. It's also the place where the power of the great Jin Empire gathers. Once the Sea of Providence is set, you can't leave. Now that Yan Chuan has founded his empire, the golden dragon of Providence can only guard Yenjing. Most of Yan Chuan's power comes from the Golden Dragon of Providence. The Golden Dragon of Providence will be stationed in Yenjing forever. As long as you don't go to Yenjing, you'll be fine. That's good. Also, the lower empire is equivalent to a lower rank sect. Your Great Feather Heavenly sect is a middle rank sect. You don't have to worry. Moreover, your Great Feather Heavenly sect has 2 middle void realm experts. The lower rank sect won't be able to do anything to you. Even the middle rank sect won't be able to do anything to you in your Great Feather Heavenly sect's territory. Shinkuan Kuroha nodded. Indeed, half a month ago, the golden dragon of Providence's power had given Shinkuin Kuroha a huge blow. Guard the east well. I'll update you after I report this to the Lord, said the great wisdom Bodhisattva. Okay. Shinkuin Kuroha nodded. The great wisdom Bodhisattva nodded. With a wave of his sleeves, he brought his 2 disciples and flew towards the west. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. Shinkuin Kuroha was still worried as he watched the wise Bodhisattva leave. Sect Master, shall we head back now? Someone behind Shinkuin Kuroha asked. Shinkuin Kuroha thought for a moment and said, notify all the subsidiary sects to not offend the Grand Jin dynasty. Yes. Let's return to the sect. Shinkuin Kuroha said. Yes. Great Jin dynasty, Yenjing. Skyward Hall. Half a month ago, when the country was founded, there were only 30 officials in the Skyward Palace. Now, the number of officials in the 2 rows had increased to 100. The officials stood in 2 rows in the main hall. Yifeng stepped forward and bowed to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was wearing a black dragon robe and a black jade crown. He sat on the 9 dragons' heavenly throne and looked down at the officials. Your Majesty, the first imperial examination of the Great Jin dynasty recruited a total of 8,406 officials. 64 of them entered the Skyward Palace. According to Your Majesty's imperial edict, they have been assigned to various positions to fill the vacancies. Yifeng said respectfully. Yan Chuan tapped his dragon throne lightly and nodded. Your Majesty, the Great Jin dynasty now has Yenjing in Worry-Free City, 2 immortal cities, and 1,000 mortal cities. We have also recruited 1,000,000 soldiers. Should we send them to guard the cities? Yifeng asked. Yan Chuan thought for a moment and shook his head. The 1,000,000 soldiers are too loose and undisciplined. They will only be useful after some training. Yes. Huaguang. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. Huaguang immediately stepped forward. You and Yifeng will each receive 500,000. I will give you half a year to gather the morale of the army and show the might of the army. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Yifeng and Huaguang replied at the same time. Do you remember the battle of the 100 sects against the Dai sect? Yan Chuan looked at Yifeng. Chapter 639. I know. Your Majesty, your parents were forced to their deaths by the Great Winged Heaven School and the hundreds of affiliated sects in the Dai sect. Yifeng nodded. I have to avenge my parents. I want to conquer all the sects. In half a year, during the training period, your 2 armies have to destroy 5 sects each. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yes, Your Majesty, I will not disappoint you. Huaguang immediately shouted. I will definitely complete my emperor's order. Yifeng shouted. Yifeng, you will write the declaration. In 3 days, the declaration will be spread everywhere, and the army will set off. Yan Chuan shouted. As you command. The 2 of them replied at the same time. Court is dismissed. Yan Chuan said calmly. Court is dismissed. Lu Jin shouted. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The officials cheered as they sent Yan Chuan off. After the court was dismissed, Yan Chuan met Bai Ditian in a palace. Dao Lord Yu left. Yan Chuan looked at Bai Ditian. He left. Bai Ditian nodded. It's good that he left. You can find the Tiger tribe's base near Yenjing. Just let me know if you see any place you like. Yan Chuan nodded. Why? Don't you want to know why Dao Lord Yu came? Bai Ditian smiled. Why can't I come? Isn't it because I want you to follow me? Yan Chuan smiled. Bai Ditian nodded and took a deep breath. After Mohina Dojin saw me last time, he went back and reported to Jing Ming. Jing Ming sent Dao Lord Yu to recruit me. Jing Ming? Did he threaten you? Yan Chuan asked. No, he just persuaded him. I can even feel that Jing Ming has a sense of arrogance and doesn't care about the heroes of the world, Bai Ditian said. Oh. It's just my feeling. At this moment, Jing Ming might have reached an invincible state. It's not just his strength, but more of his state of mind. Bai Ditian took a deep breath. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. 3 months later, in a sect near the Great Jin dynasty. At this moment, the sects and the like were all propped up, forming a huge shield to protect the inside. Inside, the sect was in a mess. In the sect's main hall, a group of cultivators were discussing anxiously. Sect Master, what should we do? It's the army of the Great Jin dynasty outside. That's the Great Jin dynasty. Sect Leader, this is revenge. Yan Chuan is here for revenge. Sect Master, what should we do now? The hall was in a mess. A group of people looked at a white-haired old man. Yu's eyes, Yu's when he's you, yeah you felt a chill in the main hall. At this moment, another man rushed into the main hall and looked at the sect master in despair. Master, I just checked. 400,000. The Great Jin dynasty's army has 400,000 soldiers, the man said in horror. 400,000. 400,000. How many disciples do we have in our sect? The sect master's face was extremely ugly. 4,000, the disciple said. 400,000. 4,000. Ha ha ha, the heavens are going to kill our sect, the sect master cried out in grief. Outside the sect, Yifeng stood in a hidden place in the forest and looked at the sect supported by the array formation. Break the array. Yifeng said indifferently. Chapter 640. Once the order was given, the news spread in all directions. The 400,000 soldiers drew their longbows almost simultaneously. They faced the sect's array in the distance. Fire! Countless banner-bearers shouted at the same time. Bang! 400,000 shooting sun arrows were like 400,000 shooting stars as they crashed into the sect's grand formation. So what if it was the sect's array? Even the sect's array would be broken when 400,000 times the power was unleashed at the same time. Hong! The mountain gate array exploded with a loud bang. Kill! Once the array was broken, a large number of soldiers rushed to the sect's gate. Countless cultivators in the sect felt their legs go weak before they even arrived. When some sect disciples finally rushed out, the archers on the flanks immediately shot thousands of arrows, killing many disciples on the spot. Boom! Boom! In the sect master's hall, the moment the sect's array was broken, the sect master rushed to the sky. Come out, scoundrels! Which one of you is the commander of the army? Come out and fight with me! The sect master shouted at the 400,000 soldiers. In a hidden place in the forest, Yifeng squinted his eyes. Is the sect master out of his mind? Inform the Qi Jing generals to torture him to death. Yifeng's eyes turned cold. Yes. The generals quickly passed on the order. Boom! 400,000 soldiers trampled a sect of 4,000 people. It was a one-sided massacre. The battle cries continued, and countless disciples of the various sects fell rapidly. On the other side, the First Legion. Huoguang was different from Yifeng. Huoguang took the lead and broke a sect's array. Kill! Huoguang rushed forward with his spear. With Huoguang leading, the army's morale soared. Huoguang faced an immortal state warrior. Boom! The spear pierced through the immortal state warrior's head. The sect master died on the spot. Countless disciples of the sect opened their mouths in shock. How were they supposed to fight? The sect master would die if he charged forward. How could they fight? In the sky, Huoguang said coldly, "Don't leave a single one alive. Kill. Roar. Kill. I am invincible." In order to avenge their parents, the great Qin dynasty's proclamation quickly spread to countless immortal cities. Similarly, in half a year's time, the news of the annihilation of the 10 great sects spread quickly. It was quickly sent to the Great Winged Heaven School. Great Winged Heaven School, Sect Master Hall. Shinkuin Kuroha, Dezhen is too powerful. What should we do now? Shinkuin Kuroha, 10 sects have already been destroyed. No, including the 14 that were destroyed before the founding of Dezhen has already destroyed 24 sects. Shinkuin Kuroha, what do we do now? Everyone said anxiously. Shinkuin Kuroha comforted them. I can understand your feelings. You are all sect leaders, and Dezhen has only just established a country. A newly established country? But this is no longer a matter of establishing a country. Dezhen is too powerful. Perfected cultivator, please stop them. A sect leader said worriedly. Perfected cultivator, please stop them. The other sect leader said. Shinkuin Kuroha nodded and said, Dezhen dynasty only gathered mercenaries. Everyone, you all have your own cities. Why don't you gather mercenaries to join the battle? You can even form an army of mercenaries to fight against Dezhen's army. Destroy Dezhen's army. Destroy. Everyone looked at Shinkuin Kuroha. That's right. We can't just sit around and wait for death to come. Since we can't go to Yanjin for the time being, we will destroy Dezhen's army outside. Once Dezhen's army is destroyed, who will dare to enter Dezhen? By then, Dezhen will not be a threat. Shinkuin Kuroha said. You are wise, perfected cultivator. The other sect leaders laughed. Chapter 641. Half a year later, the first and second legions returned in triumph. Great Qin dynasty, Skyward Palace. Reporting to the emperor, in half a year, 10 sects were annihilated. We seized countless spirit stones and treasures. The 3 immortal cities controlled by these 10 sects are now officially part of Great Qin's territory. Yifeng said solemnly. Your achievements will be recorded for now. Once we settle the Great Winged Heaven School, we will reward you all. Yan Chuan sat on the dragon throne and said with satisfaction. Yes. Yifeng and Huoguang replied at the same time. From today onwards, Yifeng will lead the second legion and withdraw from the battlefield. He will be in charge of logistics. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Yifeng replied. Huoguang will lead the first legion and continue to conquer the major sects. Yan Chuan looked at Huoguang. Yes. Huoguang replied. Reporting to the emperor, according to the reports from the scouts, some sects are also recruiting mercenaries. Huoguang frowned. Mercenary army? Ah, our great Qin army has already experienced blood and death. Our orders are strictly followed and our morale is united. Do we still fear the scattered sand? Yan Chuan laughed. Rest assured, Emperor. The first legion will definitely be victorious and invincible. Huoguang immediately guaranteed. Yan Chuan nodded. With Huoguang as the god of war and Huoguang's ability to lead the army, Yan Chuan was naturally assured. The army continued to destroy the major sections. The massacre started again. The first legion took out 300,000 soldiers and began to settle down in the 4 cities. Huoguang only had 300,000 soldiers left to conquer the major sections. But even with only 300,000 soldiers, it was enough. The army obeyed orders and restrictions. Huoguang's image as the god of war grew stronger and stronger. He was simply invincible. Kill. 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 In a mountain forest, nearly 10,000 mercenaries were forced into a dead valley. Huoguang flew out. My great Qin dynasty does not kill innocent people. You have all been deceived by the Green River sect, which is why you have rebelled against my great Qin dynasty. If you surrender now, I won't kill you. Otherwise, I will treat you as my mortal enemy, and I won't spare any of you. Huo Guang shouted. Don't. We surrender. We're just mercenaries trying to earn some spiritual stones. Don't shoot. I surrender. I'm willing to join Great Qin. I surrender. I surrender. Mercenaries didn't have enough morale, and their biggest weakness was that they would scatter in a single charge. Although the various large sects hired mercenaries, it was a pity that these mercenaries would not risk their lives for them. They would only do it for the spirit stones. If they were forced into a life or death situation, they would immediately give up resisting. Huo Guang surrounded them but did not kill them. In the blink of an eye, the mercenary forces were dismantled without shedding a drop of blood. Great Qin Dynasty, Skyward Palace Square. Yan Chuan and Yi Feng overlooked Yanjing City. Where is Huo Guang now? Yan Chuan asked. He's currently at the 8 sects mountain range. At this moment, 10 sects have formed an alliance to encircle and annihilate Huo Guang. According to the reports, the 10 sects have gathered close to 400,000 mercenaries. Including the disciples of the 10 sects, Huo Guang has an army of 300,000. It seems like this battle will be difficult. Yi Feng said. Encirclement and annihilation. That's good too. Yan Chuan nodded. Your Majesty, do we need to send reinforcements? Yi Feng asked worriedly. There's no need. It's a war, and it's naturally not a matter of numbers. 400,000. That depends on the general's tie. Among the disciples of the sects, which one can command an army like Huo Guang? Just wait, Huo Guang will surprise me. Yan Chuan said confidently. Yi Feng nodded. 8 sects mountain range. Report. A scout quickly ran to Huo Guang's location. Reporting to my lord, 400,000 mercenaries have gathered at Zhui Youfeng's location. They seem to be looking for our army. The scout reported. Chapter 642. 400,000 soldiers gathered in one place. Who is their commander? So cute, haha. Huo Guang laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. The generals laughed loudly. The 10 sects are surrounding us. Humph, let's go and destroy their headquarters. Old Zhang, take 200,000 soldiers and go to Xiahe sect. The strongest cultivator in that sect is only at the divine realm and there are only 8,000 disciples. No, there should only be 4,000 disciples in that sect. 200,000 soldiers, destroy them as soon as possible. Huo Guang said. Yes, sir. A general immediately shouted. But, sir, isn't it too extravagant to use 200,000 soldiers to destroy 4,000 of them? Old Zhang laughed. Ha ha ha. The generals and soldiers laughed. It's not extravagant, but it must be fast. You only have 2 days when you get there. You must destroy them within 2 days. Otherwise, the 10 sects will get the news and a large number of experts will come. It will be very bad. You must be fast. Huo Guang said seriously. Yes, sir. After destroying Xiahe sect, go to Three Suns sect and meet with me. Huo Guang said firmly. Yes, sir. Then, sir, where are you going? I am going to Tai Yuan sect. Tai Yuan sect has about 10,000 disciples. I am confident that I can defeat them with 10 against 1. After Tai Yuan sect is destroyed, I will go to Three Suns sect. Let's see who will arrive first. Huo Guang laughed. Yes, sir. I will arrive first. Old Zhang laughed excitedly. Then, let's wait and see. Huh, let's go. Huo Guang laughed loudly. They split up and went straight to the headquarters. Scouts were spread out everywhere to monitor the situation of the army. The military tactics of the mortal world were not useless. It was also very useful in the cultivation world. After Huoguang destroyed the 3 sects, he obtained a large number of spirit stones and magical treasures. The 10 sects' army was still at a loss and did not know where Huoguang's army was. Bastard, bastard! The 10 sects' leaders shouted in fear. The 400,000 soldiers had learned from Huoguang and divided their troops. However, they had only scratched the surface. Compared to the military god Huoguang, the difference was too great. This battle lasted for 8 months. During these 8 months, there were head-on clashes and sneak attacks. Out of Huoguang's army of 300,000, 50,000 were killed or injured. However, they managed to capture and persuade 150,000 soldiers to surrender. Huoguang's army did not decrease. Instead, it increased by 100,000. As for the 10 great sects, there were less than 50,000 mercenaries out of the original 400,000. Even if there were 50,000 left, they would still be in a constant state of panic. As for the 10 great sects, they were almost completely wiped out. Only the 3 sect leaders were barely holding on. No, I want to see Shinkuin Kuroha. I'm going too. I'm going too. As soon as the 3 sect leaders left and fled towards the east, the grand encirclement and suppression immediately collapsed. The momentum of the First Legion grew even stronger. At the same time, the Dacian Empire's combat strength was displayed before everyone for the first time. 1.5 years. In just 1.5 years, 20 sects were destroyed and 8 immortal cities were obtained. The Dacian Empire's army did not decrease at all. Instead, it increased due to the war. Huoguang led the army and continued to advance towards the east. They continued to destroy the sects. The Dacian Empire's officials and citizens were extremely excited. The rise of a great country was what everyone wanted to see. At this moment, the Dacian Empire's invincibility was even more inspiring. Although the citizens of the 8 cities were worried that their interests would be damaged, Yi Feng's many years of administrative skills were immediately displayed. He pacified the cities and issued many beneficial policies. Although the citizens of the 8 cities were not completely loyal to the Dacian Empire, at least they were not against the Dacian Empire. Chapter 643. In the imperial court, reports of victory kept coming in, and the officials were praising them. Yan Chuan, on the other hand, was exceptionally solemn. Because Yan Chuan understood. The Great Winged Heaven School could no longer sit back and do nothing. Out of the 100 sects, 35 had already been destroyed by now. As expected, at the main hall of the Great Winged Heaven School, dozens of sect leaders gathered in the main hall. Perfected cultivator, if we don't take action now, the Great Qin dynasty will become more and more powerful. The sect leaders said in horror. Shinkuin Kuroha held a declaration in his hand. It was a declaration written by Yi Feng before the Great Qin dynasty sent out their troops. The declaration had spread everywhere. Yan Chuan. Shinkuin Kuroha's eyes turned cold. Perfected cultivator, because the declaration clearly states that the Great Qin dynasty sent out their troops to seek revenge, the surrounding sects are unwilling to participate. Otherwise, they would have been unable to move an inch if they had instigated them. A sect leader frowned and said. Perfected cultivator, the army we recruited is useless. We are the sects, and they are the imperial court. War is their strength. Another sect leader said anxiously. Shinkuin Kuroha, we must seek revenge. It's not about revenge anymore. Shinkuin Kuroha, if we sit back and do nothing, the army will force their way to the Great Winged Heaven School sooner or later. When all of our sects are destroyed, the army will gather at the Great Winged Heaven School. The Great Qin dynasty is determined to win. The sect leaders were anxious. Shinkuin Kuroha narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. We can't sit back and do nothing anymore. Since everyone is determined, let's destroy the Great Jin army together. How? Shinkoin Kuroha said coldly, Great Jin is the imperial court's way of doing things, but we have our sect's way of doing things. Gather all the disciples above the Qi Jing realm and eliminate Huoguang's army first. Our sects can gather about 30,000 Qi state disciples. A sect leader said with certainty. My great winged heaven school's Qi state disciples, 20,000. Shinkoin Kuroha made up his mind. 50,000 Qi realm? Everyone was shocked by this power. What did 50,000 Qi Jing mean? Huoguang had 400,000 soldiers, but most of them were at the essence state. There were no more than 1,000 of them at the Qi state. But this time, the alliance was able to gather 50,000 Qi state warriors. 50,000 Qi Jing. Destroying Huoguang and Yanjing will be a piece of cake. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Shinkoin Kuroha's eyes flashed with a cold light. Not only that, tell your disciples to invite as many Qi realm cultivators as possible. Even if only one Qi realm cultivator joins us, our team will be doubled. 100,000 Qi state warriors. Instantly, all the sect leaders felt their heads heat up. That's right, even if each of them only found one friend, and some of them even had a wide circle of friends, they would not only find one friend. The thought of having at least 100,000 Qi state warriors made all the sect leaders eager to join the alliance. Great Qin dynasty. Humph. Shinkoin Kuroha's face contorted in anger. Great Qin dynasty, Yanjing. In the study room. This was Yan Chuan's study room. Yan Chuan sat behind his desk with a book in his hand. He looked at Lu Gang, who was standing respectfully. Your Majesty, the Baihu of the East Province have sent a message. The Great Winged Heaven School and its affiliated sects are about to launch a counterattack. Their Qi state disciples are also inviting friends. Although they are doing it discreetly, their intentions are obvious. Lu Gang said. Yan Chuan put down the book in his hand. A light flashed in his eyes as a cold smile appeared on his face. Chapter 644. Shinkoin Kuroha ordered the 65 sects and the Great Winged Heaven School to send out 50,000 Qi state disciples. The number of Qi state disciples increased from 50,000 to 140,000 in a blink of an eye. 140,000 Qi state disciples were stationed at a sect called the Sanyuan sect. The Sanyuan sect was a vassal sect of the Great Winged Heaven School. It was an inferior sect. There were almost 10,000 disciples in the sect, but most of them were at the essence state. They had never seen so many Qi state disciples. In the main hall of the Sanyuan sect, Shinkoin Kuroha was in high spirits. The 65 sect leaders greeted Shinkoin Kuroha respectfully. Perfected cultivator, 140,000 Qi state disciples, 750 immortal state disciples, and 18 lower ethereal state disciples. Perfected cultivator, with such a powerful force, we can destroy any inferior sect except for the middle sections. A sect leader said excitedly. Perfected cultivator, why don't we just attack Yanjin? Attack Yanjin? Once Yanjin was destroyed, the Great Qin dynasty would crumble. However, Shinkoin Kuroha still remembered the scene that day. Dao Lord Yu. Shinkoin Kuroha was worried about Dao Lord Yu. Therefore, Yanjin was not their first choice. No need. Let's avenge the fallen sects first. Shinkoin Kuroha said. Yes. Everyone nodded. True Lord, Huoguang's army has already reached 600,000. Moreover, Huoguang's deployment of troops seems to have become more and more cautious. The 600,000 troops are all attacking the same place and no longer splitting up. According to Huoguang's army's route, the Sanyuan sect will be their next target. Another sect leader said. We are waiting for him here. Humph. 600,000. Heh, let's wipe them out this time. Shinkoin Kuroha said coldly. Yes. Everyone replied confidently. Shinkoin Kuroha's eyes turned cold. After destroying the 600,000 strong army, we will encircle the cities one by one and take back all the major cities. When the time comes, we'll let Yan Chuan guard Yanjing alone. Let's see how long he can last. Ha ha ha, true lord is wise. The group of sect masters said excitedly. Report. A Shilja flew into the main hall. Everyone looked at the disciple who flew into the main hall. Reporting to master, we might have been discovered by Huaguang. The disciple frowned. Oh. Shinkoin Kuroha narrowed his eyes. This disciple brought a large number of Qi Jing brothers to search for the whereabouts of Huaguang's army. In the end, we captured one of Huaguang's scouts. The disciple said. Scout? Yes. This disciple pried open that scout's mouth and found out that Huaguang had suddenly retreated for some reason. Moreover, he left in a hurry. The disciple said with an unpleasant expression. Phew. Shinkoin Kuroha stood up abruptly. It seems that our whereabouts have indeed been discovered by the enemy. Shinkoin Kuroha's expression changed. However, this disciple managed to pry open that scout's mouth and interrogate him about Huaguang's escape route. We chased them all the way to the sect and finally found them. The disciple said with a smile. Good. Shinkoin Kuroha praised. Huaguang's 600,000 strong army retreated to the Dark North capital. The disciple said respectfully. Dark North capital. Shinkoin Kuroha's expression changed. That's the sect that the Green River sect used to control. After the Green River sect was destroyed and taken over by the Great Chen, the city is extremely sturdy. One of the sect masters recalled. Dark North capital. Haha, so what if it's the Dark North capital? Not to mention us Emptiness Realm experts, even the Qi Jing disciples would be able to destroy it in an instant. We have 140,000 Qi Jing disciples. Huaguang won't be able to escape. One of the sect masters said solemnly. Chapter 645. Perfected Cultivator, now that we have found the 600,000 soldiers, we don't have to wait anymore. Perfected Cultivator, let's go. A sect leader said excitedly. Alright, inform everyone that we will destroy the Dark North capital. Shinkoin Kuroha said excitedly. Yes. Everyone shouted. Dark North capital, City Lord's mansion. On the floating island. Yan Chuan stood at the edge of the floating island, overlooking the entire city. Mo Yushi stood beside him, while Qin Long and the other three stood not far away. Actually, you didn't have to come. The battlefield is constantly changing. Yan Chuan said to Mo Yushi. I had nothing to do anyway. Didn't you say that you wanted me to see how the great Qin dynasty would rise? Of course, I had to come. Your Sea of Providence has indeed increased a lot of providence. Mo Yushi exclaimed in admiration. Ha! That little bit of providence is considered an increase. These are all sects under the Great Winged Heaven School. Every time a sect is destroyed, their merit will flow back to the Great Winged Heaven School. Otherwise, our providence would have increased by more than 2 times. Yan Chuan said confidently. Ah! Really? Mo Yushi exclaimed. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded affirmatively. Then I have to witness everything. You moved the 2 million citizens of the Dark North capital just for this day. Mo Yushi looked at Yan Chuan. 2 million. Indeed, it took a lot of effort to move these 2 million citizens. Not only did we have to move them, but we also had to keep them under surveillance to prevent them from leaking the information. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Surveillance? It's only temporary. After all, the human heart is unpredictable. Who can guarantee that our plan won't be leaked? Fortunately, most of the 2 million citizens are still cooperative. At most, Only 100,000 of them have the intention to leave. The East faction has been fully monitored. This time, nothing will go wrong. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Nothing will go wrong. They have over 100,000 Qi realm cultivators. Mou, she said worriedly. I know. Yan Chuan said confidently. At this moment, Yifeng and Huoguang flew up one after another. Your Majesty, I found out that Shinkuan Kuroha's army is stationed at Sanyuan sect. I think they should be heading here now. Huoguang said with a smile. Good. Yifeng. Yan Chuan looked at Yifeng. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I have already surveyed the terrain around the Dark North capital. The 600,000 soldiers of the First Legion will be divided into 10 routes. I have calculated how to take each route, how to split up, and the time spent. Next, it's up to you, Lord Hua, Yifeng said with certainty. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Lord Yi, don't worry. My 600,000 soldiers will not disappoint Your Majesty. Huoguang said confidently. Everything has been calculated. We are waiting for Your Majesty's orders. Yifeng said confidently. Good, let's begin. Yan Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. Huoguang flew down from the floating island while Yifeng stayed on the floating island. After all, Yifeng's cultivation was not high. Qing Long, Bai Long, Rosefinch, Xuanwu, the 4 of you will be responsible for Yifeng's safety. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. The 4 of them replied. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from the top of the Dark North capital's southern wall. Whoosh! The arrow shot into a mountain peak in the distance. Boom! The mountain peak exploded into pieces of rubble. About 20 figures shot out from the rubble. Oh no, we've been discovered. The 20 figures' faces changed. They were all scouts from the Great Winged Heaven School. Huoguang discovered us. Chapter 646. Wait. Don't move. Our men will be here soon. The sentries tried to suppress their fear. Just as everyone was trying to suppress their fear, someone shouted. Look! The dark capital is shrouded in fog. What a thick fog! Is that the formation that covers the dark capital has been activated? Huoguang is going to activate the formation to defend the city. The sentries immediately realized what was going on. Humph. So what if we defend the city? 600,000 soldiers. We are going to be wiped out. One of the sentries sneered. Ah! Huoguang! He is coming out. Another sentry shouted. He is coming for us. Quick! Spread out and hide. The sentries were terrified. Just as the sentries were about to hide, they saw Huoguang coming out from the south gate. He frowned and looked at the sentries, but he did not pay any attention to them. He was waiting for the 600,000 soldiers to come out. As soon as the 600,000 soldiers came out, Huoguang immediately gave a series of orders. In the blink of an eye, the 600,000 soldiers split into 10 groups and fled in 10 different directions. Rumble. The 600,000 strong army quickly rushed forward, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Oh no! Huoguang knows that he is stronger than us. He is running away. Split into 10 groups. Split up and escape. The sentries were shocked. What should we do? Split up and follow him. Leave marks on the way. We will wait here for the faction leader. One of the sentries said. Okay. The sentries immediately split up. After about a day, Shinkuan Kuroha led 140,000 Qi Jing soldiers and rushed out of the dark capital. What did you say? Huoguang split up into 10 groups. Shinkuan Kuroha's face changed. Master, it is true. However, we have sent men to follow him. All of them are Qi Jing's soldiers. We will not lose track of him. We have left marks on the way. A Qi Jing soldier said respectfully. Shinkuin Kuroha looked at the foggy dark capital and was unwilling to give up. Split into 10 groups. Everyone, even if we split into 10 groups, Huoguang's army would still die. Let's take revenge for the sections. We have 140,000 Qi realm warriors, so even if there are 14,000 Qi realm warriors in each group, we can still kill 60,000 elite realm warriors in each group. Kill all of Huoguang's army. Shinkuin Kuroha ordered. As you command. All the sect masters shouted. Mark proficiency, lead the way. Shinkuin Kuroha said. Yes, sir. The group of sentries replied. Boom. 140,000 Qi realm cultivators, divided into 10 groups, arrived at the dark capital, but didn't enter. If he had known that Yan Chuan was inside, Shinkuin Kuroha would have been pounding his chest and stamping his feet in regret. Of course, it was too late for regrets. They split up into 10 groups, and the routes had already been planned. Another day passed, and the First Legion returned to the dark North City. Quick, enter the city. One of the generals shouted in fear. The general didn't even have time to close the city gates. Behind him, a sword ray shot out and exploded on the city gates. Ah! The group of soldiers fled into the fog-filled dark capital. 14,000 cultivators quickly flew out of the forest outside the nether capital. It was Shinkuin Kuroha's group. Sect Master Zhang, we are back. Sect Master Wang, the army has entered the dark capital. What should we do now? What are you afraid of? We have 14,000 Qi realm warriors and emptiness realm warriors. We can wipe out 600,000 soldiers. Now that we have 60,000 soldiers, what are we afraid of? They are dead for sure. Since they have returned, none of them can leave. That's right. Let's go in. With great confidence, the group of sect leaders instantly rushed into the fog-filled dark north capital. Half a day later, the First Legion returned to the dark capital from the East City Gate. Some of the soldiers were injured, and they were chased by a large number of Qi realm warriors. They escaped into the city. We finally caught up with them. They escaped from the bottom of the river. We almost lost them, and now they are back. None of them will survive. Let's enter the city together. One of the sect masters said excitedly. Yes. Chapter 647. 14,000 Qi state cultivators rushed into the foggy nether capital. What a thick fog. Where are they? Where are the elite state cultivators? Sect leader, I can't see them clearly. There is something strange about the grand array. The Qi state cultivators hesitated, including the sect leaders. Over there. They are over there. An emptiness realm expert spotted the great Jin army. Don't worry. Even if there is an ambush, Elder Zhang will be able to break through the grand array. Let's go after them. One of the sect leaders said coldly. Go after them. They are already here. Do you still want to go after them? A cold voice sounded. Everyone's face fell. Ah, blood. Immediately, someone cried out in alarm. The ground beneath their feet was suddenly covered in blood. In a blink of an eye, the ground had turned into a pool of blood. The fog around them slowly dissipated. Slowly, everyone saw the voice that had spoken just now. Yan Chuan. Someone shouted. What happened to him? All the cultivators looked at Yan Chuan in shock. The ground was covered in blood. Yan Chuan stood on top of the sea of blood. His red hair reached his waist. His eyes were red, his hands were clawed, and his lips curled into a sinister smile. Yan Chuan was surrounded by a sea of blood. It was as though Yan Chuan was in control of this sea of blood. Violent waves of blood soared into the sky, making Yan Chuan look like a sea devil. Yan Chuan. He is alone. Kill him. Kill him. If Yan Chuan dies, the great Jin Empire will be destroyed. Ha ha ha. Yan Chuan is here to die. Ha ha ha. The cultivators were excited. Only the sect leaders had a bad feeling about the situation. Tens of thousands of swords were unleashed by the Qi realm cultivators. Even if Yan Chuan used his super divine abilities, he could only run away from them. Boom! The sea of blood collided with the 10,000 swords. Yan Chuan immediately retreated to one side. Kill! Yan Chuan is nothing more than this. Kill! Everyone excitedly rushed towards Yan Chuan. As for Yan Chuan, it was as if he was truly on the run. He hid everywhere until a sect leader suddenly realized that something was amiss. Elder, Yan Chuan is coming for you. The sect leader suddenly exclaimed. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Yan Chuan had already charged in front of the Emptiness Realm expert. Boom! Suddenly, a vast amount of sword chi exploded in front of the lower Abyssal Realm expert. The Jade Emperor's sword appeared and formed the Jade Emperor's sword array. With a bang, the lower Void Stage expert was trapped in the center. Ah! The Emptiness Realm expert exclaimed. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the lower Void Stage cultivator in the sword formation was killed by the Jade Emperor's sword formation. The expressions of countless cultivators in the surroundings changed. You! A sect leader exclaimed. Yan Chuan turned his head and looked at the sect leader with an evil smile. Rumble! Suddenly, the Jade Emperor's sword array expanded rapidly. An endless amount of sword chi exploded and became bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi covered the entire sea of blood. Why? Why did you only activate the sword array now? A sect leader exclaimed in confusion. As the Jade Emperor's sword array expands, its power will decrease. If I had activated the Jade Emperor's sword array at the beginning, the lower Void Stage expert would have been able to escape. However, you don't have to worry now. Enjoy my Blood Sea Jade Emperor's sword array. Roar! Yan Chuan sneered. Rumble! Chapter 648. Yan Chuan changed his plan of escaping and started to counterattack. The Jade Emperor's sword formation was like a tornado that swept away all the Qi realm warriors. Ah! Impossible! Help! I know, your Blood Sea Jade Emperor sword formation can't contain 140,000 Qi realm cultivators. 14,000 Qi realm cultivators are already close to your limit, that's why you split your forces. You did it on purpose. Yan Chuan looked at him and said, smart, but it's too late. Boom! The blood sea surged with waves. Countless blood swords shot up into the sky and washed over the 14,000 Qi realm cultivators. Countless blood swords rained down from the sky, cleansing everything. Once someone was injured and fell into the blood sea, they would be sucked into it and disappear. Once they entered the blood sea, they would never come out again. Kaboom! The Blood Sea Jade Emperor's sword array combined with the Jade Emperor's sword array. Yan Chuan performed a massacre in the Azura Blood Sea. The Jade Emperor's sword had turned blood red. The Jade Emperor's sword absorbed all the blood of those who were killed. Then, the Jade Emperor's sword split a portion of the blood and infused it into Yan Chuan's body. In the blood sea, Yan Chuan's body was surrounded by explosions. Boom! 7th rank Qi realm. I love this feeling. Ahahaha. Super Yan Chuan laughed excitedly. Yan Chuan became more and more arrogant after using the super divine skill. Kill! 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 The Jade Emperor's sword formation's massacre was extremely terrifying. Round after round, it was extremely bloody. No, break the array and get out. The sect leaders shouted in fear. If the Abyssal Realm cultivator was still alive, you would have a chance to escape. But now that he is dead, you Immortal State cultivators will never be able to escape. The Blood Sea is endless. Enjoy your last moments. Ha 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 ha. Yan Chuan laughed excitedly. Kill. 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 Corpses were strewn all over the place. The horrifying attack only lasted for 4 hours. 4 hours later, the last sect leader died under the Blood Sea Jade Emperor's sword formation with great reluctance. Boom! Once the Sea of Blood was retracted, the Jade Emperor's sword formation was also retracted. Suddenly, everything returned to normal, leaving behind a large number of bloodless corpses. Other than the Sea of Blood controlled by Yan Chuan, the blood of these cultivators had all been extracted by the Jade Emperor's sword. Yan Chuan stood in front of the corpse mountain. The army that had led the Xiuzhe into the city rushed over again. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. The soldiers knelt on one knee. Clean up these corpses. More people will come soon. Yan Chuan shouted. Understood. The army quickly cleaned up the corpses. On the other hand, Yan Chuan went straight to the north gate because he knew that there would be another 14,000 Qi Jing cultivators coming into the city. Swish! Yan Chuan left, leaving behind a group of shocked officers and soldiers. Your Majesty is so powerful. These are all Qi Jing cultivators. 14,000 Qi Jing cultivators, many Immortal State cultivators, and even some Emptiness Realm cultivators. Great Zhen. I am a soldier of Great Zhen. I am Your Majesty's subject. The officers and soldiers were excitedly cleaning up the corpses. Although they came to Great Zhen because of the spiritual stones, who wouldn't want to follow a peerless master? Not to mention the war that established the country, that battle was beyond their knowledge. But this battle was something that they could touch. And they were shocked because of it. Chapter 649. 14,000 Qi Realm cultivators were wiped out in just a few hours. Don't just stand there, get to work. A general shouted. Yes. The soldiers quickly cleaned up the mess. Blood Sea Jade Emperor's sword formation, Super Yan Chuan, ran through the 4 gates. Along the way, the cultivators were killed without them knowing. Although the cultivators were strong and intelligent, this was the first time they saw the art of war being used in the cultivation world. Many of them were slow to react. Perhaps, after this battle, many cultivators would understand everything in the future, so much so that they could infer many things from one example. However, at this moment, the martial arts of the mortal world that they looked down upon were displayed in front of the cultivators for the first time. Perhaps if they were slow for a while, they would be able to sense the ambush as soon as they entered the dark capital. But time after time, they were always slow by a little bit. But it was this slow pace that pushed the cultivators into the abyss of death. Super Yan Chuan, second form, under the Jade Emperor's sword formation, slaughtered the cultivators. Yan Chuan's cultivation also increased rapidly as the Jade Emperor's sword formation grew. From the beginning of the battle to the 5th stage of the Qi realm. 6th stage of the Qi realm. 7th stage of the Qi realm. 8th stage of the Qi realm. The crazy slaughter did not make Yan Chuan tired at all. Instead, he became more energetic and his cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. The time it took to kill the 4 Qi realm cultivators became shorter and shorter. From the beginning, it took him 4 hours to the last 2 hours. As Yan Chuan's strength increased, so did the Jade Emperor's sword formation. The 9 armies entered the dark capital one after another. Boom! When the 9th army was completely wiped out, Yan Chuan officially broke through to the 9th stage of the Qi realm. 9th stage of the Qi realm. Yan Chuan stepped on the mountain of corpses and felt satisfied. Whine! Yan Chuan's long hair suddenly receded and his eyes returned to normal. 1 day's time was up. The super theurgy could only be used for 1 day. The next time it could be used would be a month later. At this moment, his body was still weak. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! He reached out and grabbed the blood-red jade emperor sword. Yan Chuan nodded. He met up with Yifeng and Mo Yushi and arrived at the South City Gate. Prince Yan, no, Emperor Yan, was I dreaming just now? Qing Long asked in disbelief. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers brought the corpses of Qi State and Immortal State warriors to the south of the city. They all looked up at the city walls excitedly. More than 100,000 Qi State warriors were all killed by you in 1 day. Mo Yushi exclaimed. It's not the first time. Yan Chuan laughed. Not the first time. Are you talking about the incident at the Demon Wind Mountain Range? You killed 6,000 disciples of the Life League when you are only in the Essence Realm. But that can't be compared to now. Mo Yushi exclaimed. When I was in the Essence State, most of the people I killed were in the Essence State. Now that I am in the Qi State, I only killed a few Immortal State and Abyssal State warriors. Most of them were at the same level as me. Yan Chuan laughed. Same level? But no one kills like you do. Others only challenge 1 or 2 people. You, on the other hand, kill 6,000 at once. Now, you're even better. You're killing more than 120,000 at once. You killed more than 120,000 of them. Mo Yushi rolled her eyes and didn't know what to say. Throughout history, there were many powerful cultivators who slaughtered entire cities, but none of them could compare with Yan Chuan. He killed more than 100,000 of them in 1 day. Mo Yushi was speechless. Of course, she admired Chen Fan even more. Chapter 650. Atlas Studios Yan Chuan brought Mo Yushi, Yifeng, and the rest to the top of the southern city gate tower. They looked towards the south and waited for the last army to return. The Great Jin Empire already has more than 20 tiger demons coming from all directions. Why don't we use them? Mo Yushi asked curiously. Use them? The tiger race can't use them now. Yan Chuan smiled. Why? Bai Ditian's heart is not set yet. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Didn't he help you block Mohina Dojin? He even rejected Dao Lord Yu Yu's invitation and my Great Revelation Holy Land's invitation. Mo Yushi frowned. Yes, but that doesn't mean that the tiger race has to work with the Great Jin Empire wholeheartedly. The tiger race can leave the Great Jin Empire at any time. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Why is it like this? Didn't Bai Ditian agree to it? Mo Yushi asked with a frown. How should I look at it? For the future of the tiger race, anyone can break an agreement. Bai Ditian is already 80% willing to work with the Great Jin Empire, but he is still 20% hesitant. I can understand that. If it were me, I would think the same. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Then he won't come out. Bai Ditian is actually taking a big gamble. He is gambling on the tiger race's future. If I don't give him enough confidence, how can he put all his eggs in one basket? If I am so weak that I can't even deal with the Great Winged Heaven School, how can I make Bai Ditian believe that I can bring glory to the tiger race? How can the tiger race be willing to put all their eggs in one basket and tie themselves to the Great Jin Empire? Yan Chuan smiled. Mo Yushi seemed to understand. Don't worry. Once I settle the Great Winged Heaven School, the tiger race will be under my command. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Bai Ditian is a cautious person. Mo Yushi nodded. It's not about being cautious. Bai Ditian is an extremely intelligent person. The rise of the tiger race in his hands is inevitable. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Just as Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi were talking, Qing Long suddenly spoke up. Holy Maiden, Hades Emperor, look, they're here. Qin Long's eyes lit up. In the distance, a large number of soldiers rushed over from the forest. Rumble. Rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the valley. Quick, let's go into the dark capital. I will stop them, quick. It was Hua Guang's roar. Yes, milord. Countless grateful voices came from the valley. During a battle, he would charge at the front and stay at the back. Who wouldn't respect such a commander? Although he wasn't as meticulous as Yifeng, Hua Guang was able to nurture the feelings of the soldiers. Yifeng might be much better at strategizing than Hua Guang, but Hua Guang could make the soldiers willingly die for him. This was something that Yifeng couldn't do. The army quickly retreated towards the dark capital. Roar! Boom! Boom! In the sky, two figures surrounded and attacked Hua Guang, who was holding a spear. Take the tunnel. Walk to the bottom of the lake. Walk through the forest. Walk through the swamp. Hua Guang, your army can really hide. However, we finally caught up to you. Ha 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 ha. Arrogant laughter came from behind. On the southern city gate tower. Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief. A hint of joy appeared on his face. Yifeng, you calculated well. The enemy caught up to the 10 armies when they reached the dark capital. Yan Chuan said with satisfaction. The main thing is that I have walked through the surrounding terrain and had Zhou Jiansheng and the others personally measure it. Yifeng laughed. Our emperor? That's our emperor. Quick, enter the city. The escaping soldiers immediately saw Yan Chuan on the southern city gate tower. Chapter 651. A group of soldiers ran toward the dark capital excitedly. At this moment, there were only slightly more than 40,000 soldiers left. Clearly, during these 2 to 3 days of fleeing, some had died under the swords of the sex cultivators. Boom! Hua Guang pushed aside a lower void realm cultivator. His body was covered in wounds as he quickly flew towards the dark capital city. The 2 void realm cultivators who were chasing after Hua Guang suddenly narrowed their eyes and stopped. They saw Yan Chuan on the top floor of the southern city tower. Yan Chuan. Why is he here? The dark capital. Is he back? The 2 void realm cultivators couldn't make up their minds. The army quickly entered the city. Your Majesty, I didn't let you down. Hua Guang said excitedly. Well done. Yan Chuan praised. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hua Guang said with a smile. Yan Chuan turned his head and looked toward the south where more and more cultivators were gathering. More and more cultivators were gathering. This time was different from the previous 9 times. The previous 9 times, the cultivators were slow to react because there was no one around. However, this time was different. Yan Chuan suddenly appeared. This shouldn't be happening. Why is he here? Any cultivator with a brain immediately realized that something was wrong. No one dared to risk their lives. Instead, they waited for the other cultivators to arrive. After 2 hours, all 14,000 Qi realm cultivators finally arrived, including Shinkuan Kuroha. Shinkuan Kuroha stood at the head of the group and narrowed his eyes. Yan Chuan, how dare you leave Yanjin? Shinkuan Kuroha said coldly. Why wouldn't I? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, I can't do anything to you in Yanjin, but here, there is no golden dragon. Let's see where you can run to. Shinkuan Kuroha said with a dark face. Shinkuan Kuroha was excited. The golden dragon of Yanjin was his nightmare. And now, Yan Chuan was here. Shinkuan Kuroha knew that Yan Chuan was still in the Qi state. Qi state. No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than Hua Guang? He could finally get rid of the scourge he left behind in the past. Run. Why should I run? On the other hand, do you think you can do anything to my million-strong army? Yan Chuan sneered. Army? Ha ha ha, you don't have that kind of army. Even if you do, so what? I have 14,000 chi state cultivators here. Soon, I will have another 120,000. Shinkoin Kuroha shouted excitedly. But halfway through, Yan Chuan waved his hand. Bang! Suddenly, corpses were thrown out of the dark capital. Ah! Sect leader Zhang. Ah, sect leader Li. How is that possible? That is the sect leader of the Sanyuan sect. Jiaohu was heard around Shinkuin Kuroha. Corpses were thrown out one after another, and everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. Whoosh! Whoosh! The bucket of cold water continued to pour over them. Corpses were thrown out one after another. Many of them were recognized by everyone. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 120,000. Outside the dark capital, Shinkuin Kuroha felt that his hands and feet were cold. Were these the sect leaders of the 10 armies? Impossible, impossible. Shinkuin Kuroha was filled with grief and hatred. He reached out and grabbed, and a suction force pulled a cultivator over. It's really. Junior brother, it's really you. Shinkoin Kuroha said with a pale face. More than 100,000 corpses. Not to mention fighting, just looking at these corpses, the shouja that followed behind Black Feather Jinjuan all showed horrified expressions. For days ago, these cultivators had been communicating with each other. It had only been 4 days, and they were all dead. Moreover, there was no blood on these corpses. Their blood was drawn. Chapter 652. 14,000 Qijing cultivators, many of them had never seen such a bloody scene. The ground was littered with broken limbs and heads. Most of them belonged to the people they had interacted with in the past. These people were all against Yan Chuan and wanted to kill Yan Chuan. But now, they were all dead. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Qi state were all dead. Should they still kill Yan Chuan? Should they follow in their footsteps? Their legs were trembling, and their bodies were trembling. Fellow cultivator Ma, I'm out of the battle against the Great Jin Alliance. Fellow cultivator Zhao, I'm sorry, I have to go back. Fellow cultivator Chen, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to turn off the fire in the furnace at home. I have to go back now. Fellow cultivator Li, I'm sorry, my wife is about to give birth. I have to go back to see her. Fellow cultivator Wang, I remember that my third uncle's funeral will be held soon. I have to go back as soon as possible. One by one, the sounds of people retreating spread like a plague. The Qi state disciples of the Great Winged Heaven School invited their friends to join them. They were just here to join in the fun and build a good relationship with the Great Winged Heaven School. However, no one said that this was a dead end. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators had already died. If they stayed, they would die. Go! Go! Amidst the panic, his friends scattered in all directions without any sense of loyalty. These people were not disciples of the Great Winged Heaven School and its affiliated sections. They could come and go as they pleased. Naturally, they did not want to get involved in this mess. Bang! In the blink of an eye, only 5,000 cultivators were left. Shinkuin Kuroha's face darkened. It was not that the 5,000 cultivators dared to fight against Yan Chuan, but that they were all disciples of the Great Winged Heaven School. If the sect leader did not leave, the 5,000 cultivators could not move. If Shinkuin Kuroha was not here, the cultivators would have run away. Fight? What's the point of fighting? It had only been a few days, and those people were all dead. They were all dead. That was not the point. The point was that none of them escaped. Why didn't any of them escape? This doesn't make sense, it shouldn't be. Because it didn't make sense, it was even scarier. It was not Yan Chuan who was standing on the southern city tower, but a peerless demon. Shinkuin Kuroha, victory is in your grasp. You sent away a portion of your disciples. Do you think you can raise my dark north capital to the ground with just 5,000 disciples? On the city tower, Yan Chuan laughed. At this moment, Shinkuan Kuroha was looking at Yan Chuan's smile with contempt. Master. A disciple behind Shinkuan Kuroha cried out in horror. They were afraid that Shinkuan Kuroha would really order them to charge forward. Looking at his frightened disciples, Shinkuan Kuroha smiled bitterly. Let's go. Shinkuan Kuroha shouted. Let's go. The 5,000 disciples immediately shouted. She had never been so excited about escaping. Whoosh! The disciples were already frightened by the mountains and seas of corpses. At this moment, they hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs to run for their lives. Your Majesty, I will send the army to chase after them. Huo Guang said excitedly. No need. Yan Chuan shook his head. Don't chase after a desperate enemy. After all, they are all above the Qi state. Even if we stop them, we will suffer heavy losses. Moreover, Shinkuan Kuroha and the others are not ready to die yet. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, you have considered everything. If we can bring these 5,000 people back, they will be terrified. Fear is a terrible thing. It can make people lose their will to fight. It can make everything go smoothly for us. Yifeng said with a smile. Most importantly, the overlord of the Great Winged Heaven School, Shinkuan Kuroha, is a mediocre person. Why should we let them replace him with a capable person? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Chapter 653. Watching Shinkuan Kuroha escape, Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. The encirclement of De Zhen could be said to have been a complete annihilation. De Zhen had obtained a complete victory. Huo Guang, Yifeng, and the others all had a trace of joy on their faces. Huo Guang. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. This subject is here. Shinkuan Kuroha has suffered a great defeat this time, and all the affiliated sects have suffered heavy losses. After you rest for a day, use the fastest speed to completely destroy all 65 sects. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Huo Guang replied. The affiliated sects will definitely have no power to resist. Huo Guang will sweep away everything in his path. Yifeng, you are in charge of dealing with the major cities, quickly. Yan Chuan ordered again. Yes. Yifeng replied. Do you really plan to attack the Great Winged Heaven School now? Mo Yushi asked worriedly. Is the Great Winged Heaven School very big? Yan Chuan smiled. Mo Yushi shook her head and said, the Great Winged Heaven School, don't think that the middle-level sects are weak. Just take the Great Winged Heaven School for example, do you know? These affiliated sects, to the Great Winged Heaven School, are just icing on the cake. How much do you know? Yan Chuan asked curiously. The Great Winged Heaven School has 2 middle void stage elders. Mo Yushi said solemnly. 2 middle void stage elders. Yan Chuan frowned. One is the former sect master of the Great Winged Heaven School, True Monarch White Feather. Later on, he was no match for Heavenly Prince Mo Ku, so he automatically withdrew from the position of sect master and gave the position to Shinkuan Kuroha. True Monarch White Feather is at the 3rd level of the middle void stage. Mo Yushi said. 3rd level of the middle void stage? Yan Chuan frowned. Yan Chuan currently had 2 methods of victory. One was the Jade Emperor's sword formation. 2 was the Golden Dragon of Karmic Luck. The Jade Emperor's sword formation was able to was Monarch White Feather of the Great Winged Heaven sword formation was because Gu Holy Sun didn't have any magic treasure. If he had a magic treasure, he would Sun woods. And however, the Great Feather Heavenly Sect had a history of several thousand years. As far as Yan Chuan knew, they had 5 quasi-immortal artifacts. True monarch. Third level of the middle void stage. The Jade Emperor's sword formation should be able to deal with it. Although the super divine ability allowed Yan Chuan's strength to skyrocket, Yan Chuan's current cultivation was too low. Even if it skyrocketed, it would only be icing on the cake. For example, why did he rush to kill the lower void stage elders when he slaughtered the 120,000 Qi realm elders? Even the blood sea formed by the super divine ability couldn't trap the lower void stage elders for too long, let alone middle void stage elders. With the Jade Emperor's sword formation, Yan Chuan could barely fight true monarch White Feather alone. Of course, the Golden Dragon of Karmic Luck was stronger. The Golden Dragon of Karmic Luck was equivalent to the fourth level of the middle void stage. If he wanted to defeat true monarch White Feather, he could only do it in Beijing. Moreover, true monarch White Feather could mobilize the virtue energy near the Great Winged Heaven School, and his strength was even stronger. Yan Chuan wasn't his match. What about the other middle void stage elder? Yan Chuan asked. Ordinary people don't know about the other one. Even the people inside the Great Winged Heaven School don't know. They only know that when the Great Winged Heaven School is on the brink of destruction, an elder will come out of seclusion and turn the tide every time. She smiled bitterly. Oh. I think I heard about it when I was collecting information. But I don't know who it is. Yifeng frowned. She smiled bitterly and said, he's the founder of the Great Winged Heaven School, True Monarch Great Feather. Great Winged Heaven School, True Monarch Great Feather. Yan Chuan's expression froze. I don't know how strong True Monarch Great Feather is now, but my father once said that True Monarch Great Feather was at the fifth level of the middle void stage 500 years ago. She smiled bitterly. Chapter 654. He was at the fifth level of the middle void stage 800 years ago. Then, 500 years later. Hiss. Huo Guang sucked in a cold breath. Yan Chuan's Golden Dragon of Providence was only at the fourth level of the middle void stage. It was no match for True Monarch Great Feather from 500 years ago, let alone the current True Monarch Great Feather. Don't worry, True Monarch Great Feather usually doesn't come out unless the Great Winged Heaven School is in danger. As for True Monarch White Feather, he's not on good terms with Shinkuan Kuroha because he was forced to take over the position of Sect Master, She explained. Two middle void stage cultivators. Continue. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. There are almost 300 lower void stage disciples, 8,000 godly realm disciples, 200,000 Qi realm disciples, and 4 million elite realm disciples. She explained. How many times more than the 100 vassal sects combined? Huo Guang said in surprise. That's a middle-rank sect. She smiled bitterly. Yan Chuan only managed to kill 120,000 Qi realm disciples because of a trick. He wouldn't have the chance to do so again. 4 million disciples. That's a middle-rank sect. Actually, the Great Feather Heavenly Sect's power is not limited to this. It also has 100 cities surrounding it. Each city has 2 million cultivators, which means there are 200 million cultivators living in them. These 100 private cities are very supportive of the Great Feather Heavenly Sect. If the Great Feather Heavenly Sect sends troops, these cultivators will even come out to resist, She said worriedly. Even if half of them come out, it's still 100 million cultivators. Yifeng smiled bitterly. The Great Winged Heaven School's army can't fight against the low-level forces. As for the high-level forces, there aren't many experts other than you. She said worriedly. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, war doesn't only depend on these forces. I will think of a way. Now, do as I say. Huo Guang, Yifeng, take down these vassal sects first. Yes. The two of them replied. She didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Although the battle at the Dark Capital was done in secret, the news still spread. The news of the annihilation of hundreds of sects and the massacre of 120,000 Qi realm cultivators spread like wildfire. The might of the Great Qin Empire quickly spread out in all directions. Such information was on the desks of countless sect masters. Countless sects were curious about the Great Qin dynasty. 3 years later, in the Great Qin dynasty, Yan capital, Chaotian Palace. Yan Chuan sat on the 9 dragons' heavenly chair and looked down at the 2 rows of officials. Huo Guang and Yi Feng stepped out. Your Majesty, after the battle at the Dark Capital, the sects were in a state of panic. Wherever our army went, more than half of the sects were wiped out. Everything went smoothly and the hundreds of sects were annihilated. Huo Guang said excitedly. In 3 years, 65 sects were annihilated. Even though the core forces of each sect were wiped out, Huo Guang's speed was still shocking. Well done. Yan Chuan said with satisfaction. Your Majesty, after the hundreds of sects were annihilated, the number of immortal cities in the Great Qin dynasty has reached 50. Yi Feng said with a smile. Good. Annihilate the sects and pacify the cities. Huo Guang, Yi Feng, you have done well. Yan Chuan said with satisfaction. I have already calculated the territories occupied by the Great Qin dynasty. There are 2,300 mortal kingdoms, Yi Feng said in a low voice. The Great Qin dynasty can only have one ruler. I am willing to lead the army and trample the 2,300 kingdoms. Huo Guang said again. Looking at Huo Guang, Yan Chuan nodded and said, approved. In the territories occupied by the Great Qin dynasty, there are 20 cities that belong to the surrounding sections. Of these sects, 10 are inferior sects, 20 are unranked sects, and 300 small sects. Yi Feng said again. Chapter 655. The hundreds of sects that had been destroyed previously were only affiliated sects of the Great Winged Heaven School. However, there were still many sects gathered around the Great Qin Empire. The imperial court was extremely quiet as they waited for Yan Chuan's orders. There is only one orthodox sect in the Great Qin Empire, and that is the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin Empire follows the law, and all sects in the territory of the Great Qin Empire are illegal organizations. After conquering the 2,300 mortal kingdoms, immediately attack the sects and expel them from the Great Qin Empire. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Huo Guang straightened his body. Your Majesty, Shinkoin Kuroha has sent an envoy to ask for peace. Yi Feng said with a smile. Oh. Shinkoin Kuroha might be the sect master of the Great Winged Heaven School, but he doesn't have enough prestige to mobilize the many experts of the Great Winged Heaven School. Therefore, he wants peace with the Great Qin Empire. Yi Feng said with a smile. Yi Feng, you will be in charge of the negotiations. Draw the border. Yan Chuan said with satisfaction. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Feng said solemnly. Pass down my orders. In half a year, we will open the imperial examinations and recruit talents from all over the world. Yan Chuan ordered. Long live Your Majesty. The officials bowed. A few days later, in a large hall in Yanjin, Yan Chuan and Bai Ditian were playing chess. Have you negotiated with the Great Winged Heaven School? Bai Ditian said lightly. Didn't you see the map? The territory of the Great Qin Empire is no weaker than the 100 cities of the Great Winged Heaven School, Yan Chuan said with a smile. Not weak? Heh, you're just sparsely populated, that's all. The power of the Great Winged Heaven School is concentrated in the vicinity of the East China Sea. Although your Great Winged Heaven School is surrounded by your territory, so what? Be it high-end strength, core strength, or basic strength, you are far from the Great Winged Heaven School. Bai Ditian continued. It won't be long. When the Great Qin's territory is united, it will be time for me to send troops to the Great Winged Heaven School. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. What are you going to use to fight? Even if we gather all the experts in the Great Jin Empire, we won't be able to defeat the Great Winged Heaven School. Bai Ditian said with a frown. The outcome is still uncertain. How do you know that I will definitely lose? Yan Chuan smiled. Do you need my tiger tribe's help? Bai Ditian asked with a frown as he stared at Yan Chuan. With a slight smile, Yan Chuan shook his head and said, I said that your tiger tribe only needs to watch. Even if it's the final battle with perfected Lord Dayu, you only need to watch. Bai Ditian's brows relaxed slightly, but he was still confused. I don't understand. No matter what, your Great Jin Empire is far superior to the Great Winged Heaven School. Why are you so confident? With a flip of his hand, Yan Chuan took out 2 superior-grade spirit stones. Do you know what this is? Yan Chuan asked with a smile. Bai Ditian frowned slightly, but he still said, spirit stones are born from heaven and earth. They contain a large amount of heaven and earth essence qi. They can be used to refine pills, refine artifacts, and set up arrays. Besides eating demonic beast meat, cultivators can also absorb the energy in spirit stones to cultivate. Therefore, spirit stones are precious and have become the world's recognized currency. You are right. It is a currency. When my Great Jin Empire is unified, I will use this currency to create a legend for you. Yan Chuan smiled. Currency? All the spirit stones in your Great Jin Empire can't be compared to the 100 cities that the Great Winged Heaven School is in. The Great Winged Heaven School is much richer than your Great Jin Empire. Who do you want to use this currency to bribe? Can it shake the colossus that is the Great Winged Heaven School? Bai Ditian showed a trace of disbelief. No, they do have a lot of spirit stones, but they don't know how to use them. This world is different from the so-called celestial world that you speak of. The countries in the celestial world are at war with each other. War is no longer limited to human strength. There are also these invisible forces. Take currency for example. Currency can make people go crazy and change everything. In this world, the sects have yet to understand how scary it is. Yan Chuan smiled. I will use these spirit stones to create a huge tsunami. This tsunami will wash the vast Great Winged Heaven School into a mess. The spirit stones are my army. An army that is crueler and more ferocious than any other army. It will tear apart all the experts for me and destroy the entire Great Winged Heaven School for me. Yan Chuan said confidently. Chapter 656. 12 years later. Yen Capital, the upper study room. Yan Chuan sat behind the desk with a cup of tea in front of him. He gently placed it down and looked at the 3 people standing in front of him. Huo Guang, who was clad in armor, Feng, who was dressed in white, who looked younger and more handsome than ever, and Lu Gang, who was still bald. Huo Guang said excitedly, this subject rushed back to congratulate your majesty. After 12 years, all the mortal kingdoms in Great Jin have been flattened, and all the sects have been annihilated. We have returned Great Jin to its former glory. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said, from today onwards, this emperor will bestow upon you the title of War God Marquis of Great Jin. You have worked hard all these years. It's not hard at all. This subject likes the battlefield. Thank you, your majesty, for bestowing this title. Huo Guang said emotionally. War God Marquis was the most glorious title of Huo Guang's ancestors back in the Yan state. At this moment, even in the current Great Jin, Huo Guang finally had this title once again. This emperor will remember all your achievements. When the Great Winged Heaven School is settled, this emperor will bestow upon you the title of Marquis of Great Jin. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Yes. Huo Guang nodded. He looked at Yifeng. Your Majesty, Great Jin now has 60 immortal cities and 126,400 mortal cities. They are already operating normally. Yifeng sighed. This emperor understands. Yifeng's work over the years is no less than Huguang's. You have also worked hard. Yan Chuan nodded. This subject didn't work hard. Many things were only able to proceed smoothly because of your Majesty's guidance. Yifeng shook his head. Have you read the Great Collapse plan that I gave you? Yan Chuan looked at Yifeng. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng said solemnly, this subject has already read it. This subject has been in business for many years, but I have never seen such an exquisite text. If this subject didn't read it to the end, it would be hard to believe that everything would be as described in the text. Everyone is like an enemy, and the people's hearts are in chaos. No matter how big the sect is, it will collapse. This is too shocking. Not only have the people lost their minds, under the Great Collapse plan, everyone is like a bandit, everyone is like a devil. After this battle, the Great Feather Sky sect and the 100 sects will become hell on earth. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. 12 years ago, after the border between Great Zhen and Great Yu was drawn, I gave the order to prohibit trade and close the country. How is it going? Yan Chuan asked. Your Majesty, don't worry. At this moment, Your Majesty and Your Majesty have not moved. Yifeng said affirmatively. Well, Huguang, you guard the border. Kill anyone who does business with Your Majesty. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Huguang replied. Lu Gang. How is the arrangement of the city? Yan Chuan looked at Lu Gang. Your Majesty, don't worry. The people of the East faction have already entered one of the cities, and many of them have lived there for more than 10 years. They are completely at your disposal. Lu Gang said affirmatively. Well, as long as the situation in that city is opened, the other 99 cities will have nothing to worry about. Yan Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Your Majesty, this subject really wants to witness the Great Collapse plan. Yifeng took a deep breath and sighed. Well, you will go with me. There are many complicated things in the beginning, and we need a big coordinator. Yan Chuan nodded with satisfaction. A few months later, at the Great Winged Heaven School. The Great Winged Heaven School was located on the shore of the East Sea. It had more than 4 million disciples and occupied a place on the shore of the East Sea where spiritual energy gathered. On the sea, there were many islands, which were also the abodes of countless disciples of the Great Winged Heaven School. Chapter 657. Yan Chuan brought Miao, Yifeng, Lu Gang, and Mo Yushi to look at the boundless sea in front of them. Countless cultivators were flying around the various islands. A natural barrier. This sea can withstand tens of millions of troops. Yan Chuan sighed. In a few years, this natural barrier will be mine. Yifeng was also extremely satisfied. Although the east-facing sea was isolated and helpless in the east, at least it would not be attacked from all sides. Yan Chuan turned his head and looked at a huge mountain range not far away. Far away from the mountain range, golden light soared into the sky. Endless merit surged endlessly, and a vast sea of merit surged. On the sea of merit, a vast golden crow flapped its wings and looked down at the world. The golden crow of merit was similar to the golden dragon of providence. A colossus. Endless merit shone on the mountain range below. Great Winged Heaven School. Ha! Yan Chuan smiled. You guys came to the Great Winged Heaven School together. Aren't you afraid of being recognized? Mo Yushi smiled. They won't. There are 100 cities around the Great Winged Heaven School, and there are more than 200 million people. How many people will recognize us? Moreover, we won't show our faces. Who would know? Yan Chuan smiled. Your Majesty, today, our Zhidong Money Bank will officially open in the first city. Do you want to go back and watch the ceremony? Lu Gang asked. All right. Yan Chuan nodded. Meow. Jidong Money Bank. What's that? Meow was puzzled. That's a place that sends you an endless supply of spirit stones. Yen Chuan smiled. Meow. Meow. Meow immediately became excited. Let's go. I also want to see what you're selling. Mou she smiled. Do you want to know? Yen Chuan smiled. No, I'll just watch. I won't participate. If I know the process and the result too early, it'll be boring. I want to see the entire process. I only know that you've prepared 2 merchant guilds in the first gate. One is the Far East Money Bank, and the other is the number 1 merchant guild under heaven. Is there anything else? Mou she asked. No, just these 2. Jidong Qianheng and number 1 under the heavens. With just these 2, you can see how I overturn the Great Winged Heaven School. Yen Chuan said with certainty. The opening of the city. A city in the Great Winged Heaven School. The city had a population of 2 million. There were many shops and shouja. Today, a strange shop opened for business in the largest market in the first open city. The sound of firecrackers at the entrance even attracted many practitioners to cast spells to increase the popularity of this shop. The beautiful spells immediately attracted many shouja. Jidong Qian Bank. Qianheng. What kind of shop is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Yeah. Does it sell money? How can it do this business? Moreover, this Jidong Qian Bank is so big. This shop has rented half a street. What kind of business is this? The onlookers were very curious. However, there were always some who knew the market, such as the people from the Great Chin East factory. This, I know. A man in white said. Oh. Everyone looked at the man in white. Boss Ma. You know. Tell me. Everyone looked at Boss Ma in white. Jidong Qian Bank is a place to deposit money and also a place to borrow money. Boss Ma said. Oh. Deposit money? Spirit stones. If I have spirit stones, why would I deposit them with him? Am I stupid? A man in green said. Boss Ma looked at him and knew that he had asked for help. Chapter 658. Boss Ma shook his head and said, I don't know if you're stupid or not, but I'm about to deposit my money. What? Boss Ma, are you crazy? The onlookers also looked at Boss Ma. Crazy? I'm not crazy. You should know that I've traveled extensively for many years. Jidong Qian Bank has a branch in the west, but it has a weird name. Now, it has finally opened a branch in the east. I can deposit my spirit stones there and withdraw them at any time. Moreover, I can withdraw them from any Jidong Qian Bank. Most importantly, I get 24% interest every year. Boss Ma said confidently. 24%. Everyone's expression changed. That's right. For example, if I deposit 100 spirit stones and withdraw them at any time, I'll be able to withdraw 124 spirit stones in just 1 year. That means that I can withdraw 2 spirit stones as interest every month. I can use them however I want. Do you know? I don't even earn that much in a year's business. Sometimes, I even lose a lot. Now, as long as I deposit my spirit stones, I can withdraw them at any time. Isn't that great? Boss Ma said excitedly. Hiss. The onlookers gasped. Who doesn't have some spare cash? 24%. Really? A cultivator said immediately. No, why would he give us 24% interest? If he doesn't make money, why would he give us money? Another cultivator said in disbelief. The onlookers nodded at the cultivator's words. Boss Ma smiled and said, that's what I was about to say. He also has a way to make money. Oh. The onlookers looked at Boss Ma. Loans. As long as you provide the relevant information or mortgage the corresponding items, such as magical weapons, medicinal pills, secret books, divine weapons, materials, etc., you can borrow spirit stones from the East Money Bank. It means that if you're short of money, you can ask the East Money Bank. They will lend you money, but you have to pay some interest. The interest is the spirit stones earned by the East Money Bank. Boss Ma said confidently. Ah. Interest? How much can it be? Someone said in disbelief. Ha ha ha, many a little makes a mickle, and many a little makes a mickle. There will always be people who are short of money. Once the loan becomes a habit, there will be an endless stream of people who will pay interest. Part of the interest will be distributed to us, and the other part will be earned by the East Money Bank. Boss Ma said with a smile. Ah. But, I keep feeling that it's a little unreal. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. Boss Ma ignored the crowd and walked in. When Boss Ma entered the East Qian Bank, there were many others who entered the Qian Bank as well. He was officially saving money. Some rich people also entered with a trace of curiosity and saved a little. The audience watched the performance, and some of them looked at Qian Sheng in disbelief. On the second floor of East Money Bank, Yan Chuan led everyone to watch the discussions below. Miao, Yan Chuan, these people don't believe you. Miao said curiously as it gnawed on the spirit stone. You don't believe me? This is just the beginning. 24% interest is something that even immortals would go crazy over. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Even immortals go crazy. Miao didn't understand. But with people's distrust, it's going to be hard to start. Mou, she said worriedly. Don't worry, after a month, the 24% interest is the greatest trust. This is just the beginning. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Your Majesty, you are nurturing the desire of the people in the first Kai city. Yi Feng said with a smile. Desire is the devil. This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. Yan Chuan said with a smile. No matter how deserted the front door was, the first East Qian Bank in the first Kai city bought half a street and opened a huge shop. In the first Kai city, this might just be a joke, a business that many people saw as a fool's shop. Everything started to change a month later. A month later, the fool's shop became even more foolish. That was because the first batch of people to save money had received interest. Heavy interest. An interest that made the hearts of the depositors beat wildly. Chapter 659. Opening of the city. A small restaurant. The interior of the restaurant wasn't big, and most of the customers were regulars. Although there wasn't much business, it was still stable. At this moment, a man in a green robe walked to the counter. Pa! The man in the green robe slammed a spiritual stone on the counter. Boss, today's drinks are on me. The man in the green robe said proudly. The moment the man in the green robe spoke, the restaurant went silent. Everyone looked at the man in the green robe. Zhang Xiao, It's you. You're rich. You're treating us. Zhang Xiao, You're treating us. Since when did the stingy Zhang Xiao, become so generous? Everyone was familiar with the man in the green robe. Naturally, they recognized him at first glance, but they were more surprised. I said treat, so it's a treat. Boss, serve everyone. Zhang Xiao, smiled. All right. The boss received the spiritual stone and was naturally overjoyed. Zhang Xiao, also found a table and sat down confidently. Zhang Xiao, What's going on? Why are you so generous? Did you strike it rich? Yeah, Zhang Xiao, we meet every day, but I don't see you in any trouble. Yeah, what's going on? Everyone looked at Zhang Xiao, curiously. Zhang Xiao drank a bowl of wine and said proudly, "Thank you for your care in the past. I, Zhang Xiao, have always remembered it in my heart. Recently, I did find a source of income and earned some money. I'm treating everyone to a drink." Ah. Source of income. What source of income? Zhang Xiao, You have to think of your brother. If possible, give me some advice. Everyone's eyes lit up, including the restaurant boss. They all pricked up their ears. Actually, there's no harm in telling everyone. Because this source of income, I can't make it all by myself. Zhang Xiao smiled. Oh. Everyone perked up. Do you still remember the Jidong money shop? Zhang Xiao smiled. Jidong money shop. That stupid shop. That Jidong money shop that rented half of the first city's most prosperous district. That Jidong money bank where there are so many people coming in and out every day. Everyone's memories were still fresh in their minds. After all, the busiest street, half a street, and new businesses. No one would forget it after hearing it once. That's right. It's the Jidong money shop. A month ago, I went in with Boss Ma to deposit money. I clenched my teeth and saved 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhang Xiao said. Are you crazy? That's half of your wealth. Someone shouted. Yes, I thought I was crazy at that time, but this morning, I found out how wise I was. It's been a month. According to reason, I should be able to withdraw some interest. I went to withdraw it. The East Qian Bank gave me 2 mid-grade spirit stones as interest. Zhang Xiao'er said. 2 mid-grade spirit stones. That's right. I worked hard for a month and could only earn 1. But I saved up money and did nothing. I earned 2. 2. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiao said excitedly. That's not right. Zhang Xiao you were cheated. You saved 100, but you only took back 2. Zhang Xiao smiled and said, Brother Wang, I know what you're thinking. I was also worried at that time, so I asked the Jidong money shop to take back all the spirit stones. Well, then. Chapter 660. Then, Jidong Money Bank gave me back my spirit stones. 100 spirit stones, not a single one less. Zhang Xiao said with a smile. Really? They gave it to you just like that? Everyone was surprised. Of course, they gave it to me directly. I went out of Jidong Money Bank with 102 spirit stones. I was dumbfounded for a long time. Then I thought about it and realized that something was wrong. Why would I take them out? Wouldn't it make money every day if I put them in there? Zhang Xiao suddenly said. Ah. I went in immediately and saved them. In the future, I'll have 2 spirit stones every month. Isn't that great? Zhang Xiao said with a smile. In the small restaurant, everyone was silent, as if they were trying to figure out whether Zhang Xiao was right or not. Why would I lie to you? I thought I saved too little. Next door, Wang Sanma also saved 1,000 spirit stones. I thought he was crazy, but this morning, he received the interest of 20 spirit stones. He's counting the money alone at home. No, after drinking, I'm going to his house to eat, Zhang Xiao said excitedly. After drinking, Zhang Xiao was about to go out excitedly. Boss, remember, everyone's bill today is on me. After saying that, Zhang Xiao rushed out of the door. Everyone in the restaurant was left behind in silence. The interest of 24% was too high. Although some people suspected that Jidong Money Bank was fake, they still couldn't bear it. From the second month onwards, the number of people coming to Jidong Money Bank began to slowly increase. Although many people were still worried, the heavy spirit stones made many people jealous and showed a trace of greed. On the second floor of Jidong Money Bank. Yan Chuan led everyone to see the increasing number of customers. Your Majesty, 24% interest is too high. Yi Feng said with a smile. 24% is more than high. It's crazy. That's why I said that even immortals would go crazy. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Meow. I just calculated. 24%. If it's more than 4 years, you'll have to pay them double the spirit stones, right? Won't you suffer a loss? Meow suddenly shouted. Huh, Meow also knows how to calculate. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Meow. You're losing money. 4 years later, you'll still have to pay for it. Meow yelled. Meow had signed a contract with Yan Chuan, so she was bound to follow Yan Chuan. Therefore, she had a share of Yan Chuan's spirit stones. She was worried that Yan Chuan would lose all the spirit stones that she wanted to eat. She hugged Meow and laughed. Who said anything about paying? That set of rules was just a lie. Did you really believe it? Their interest is actually their spirit stones, deducted from their own spirit stones. Meow. Meow was confused. It's like if they deposit 100 spirit stones, we take out 2 of them every month and return them to them, telling them that it's just interest. Actually, we don't need to spend a single spirit stone. She said with a smile. Meow. You don't need to spend a single spirit stone. Meow's eyes widened. But what if they don't save anymore? Meow suddenly shouted. At this time, who would be willing to not save? She said with a smile. Ah. Yes, no one would be willing to. But 4 years later, what about 4 years later? 4 years later, all their money will be returned as interest. There won't be any more money for them. At that time, won't something happen? Meow was puzzled. Ha ha ha, 4 years. With them as role models, won't more people come to save? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Chapter 661. Meow's eyes kept blinking, as if she thought of something. 4 years later, we can use other people's money to fill this hole. What are you afraid of? There is an endless stream of money coming in every day. As long as we have money, we can give interest. Using other people's money, we can return other people's money. She laughed. Meow. Meow finally understood, her eyes lit up. There is no end to this, Yan Chuan, you are too smart. I want to eat spirit stones, I want to eat spirit stones. Meow shouted excitedly. The first month, the second month, the third month, as time passed, the interest earned by the cultivators increased, and the number of people saving also increased. Jidong Qian Bank was no longer a fool's shop, but a money tree in many people's eyes. As long as money was put in, money could make more money. As for Zhang Xiao'er, he invested all his money in it. Those cultivators who used to run around for spirit stones in the past, now ate the best pills every day, used the best treasures, and their spirit stones increased continuously. This immediately stimulated more cultivators to go to Jidong Qian Bank. Of course, as they saved more money, they could not help but have some ideas about Jidong Qian Bank. But there was an array outside Jidong Qian Bank. As long as they touched the array slightly, thousands of cultivators would chase after them, making Jidong Qian Bank even more secure. Money, money, money. More and more people liked this kind of life. Similarly, Jidong Qian Bank also started to lend money to cultivators who were short of money. Although the interest earned from the loans was very little, it was not important, because Jidong Qian Bank had now gained a firm foothold in the first opening city. First opening city, City Lord's Mansion. An old man sat in the main hall of the City Lord's Mansion. He was a God Realm warrior from the Great Winged Heaven School. His name was Wang Qingshan. Wang Qingshan's face was clean, his hair was black, but the wrinkles on his face showed that his cultivation was not smooth. Wang Qingshan was reviewing a book of data. A group of men sat beside him, also calculating the data. Master, this year, we can't increase our tax revenue compared to last year. If we give the same tax revenue to the sect, they won't be able to give us any rewards after the sect evaluates us. We can't increase our spirit stones. A man sighed softly. Wang Qingshan frowned and said, there's nothing we can do about it. There's only so much income from taxes and rent in the city. It's already the limit to maintain 100,000 high-tier spiritual stones a year. How could it increase again? If we add another 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, we will be rewarded by the sect. But where will the spirit stones come from? The disciples sighed softly. Master, good news, good news. Immediately, a man rushed into the main hall. What is it? Why are you panicking? Wang Qingshan said in a deep voice. Master, a merchant association wants to meet you. They want to give us 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Master, do you want to meet them? The disciple asked excitedly. 50,000. Where did the 50,000 come from? Wang Qingshan's spirits were instantly lifted. They want to rent the land on Mount Bishui for 300 years. All the rent will be paid in one go, 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. The disciple said. What? Who was it? Crazy. They want to rent that piece of land that no one wants for 300 years. 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. A disciple said excitedly. Yeah. 300 years at once. Will there be any problems? Another disciple said. Wang Qingshan frowned and looked at the disciple. I dare not hide it from you, master. The merchant association is called the #1 merchant association in the world. Not only did they promise to rent the land for 300 years and pay 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, they are also willing to give you 50,000 high-grade spirit stones as a personal bribe. The disciple said. 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. That was the income of the first half of the year. That was 5 million middle-grade spirit stones and 500 million low-grade spirit stones. 500 million low-grade spirit stones. That was bribery, but the amount of bribery was too terrifying. Not only Wang Qingshan, but the other disciples were breathing heavily at that moment. Crack. Wang Qingshan crushed the pen in his hand. Take me to them. Wang Qingshan shouted immediately. Chapter 662. A few months later, the city opened for business. It was still the same small restaurant. Ever since Zhang Xiao brought everyone to the East Money Bank to deposit money, everything had returned to normal. Boss, 2 jugs of 6 Immortals wine, I'm so tired. A voice came from behind the counter. Zhang Xiao, you haven't been here for a long time. The innkeeper was surprised. Zhang Xiao found a place to sit down. Yeah, Zhang Xiao, where have you been recently? Zhang Xiao, this wine is on me. Thanks to your guidance last time, all our money has been deposited in Jidong Money Bank. This brother has also collected interest. Jidong Money Bank is really a money tree. A burly man sat down with a smile. When the burly man spoke, everyone looked at Zhang Xiao gratefully. Then congratulations big brotherly, but I can't get any interest now. Instead, I have to pay Jidong Money Bank every month. Zhang Xiao smiled bitterly. Ah. Why do you owe Jidong Money Bank money? Did Jidong Money Bank go back on their word? Did they take your money? Big brotherly glared at him. Not only big brotherly, but everyone's face changed. Everyone had money in Jidong Money Bank. If Jidong Money Bank didn't pay them, wouldn't they be in trouble? No, Jidong Money Bank is still the same, but I took a loan from Jidong Money Bank. Zhang Xiao laughed. When Zhang Xiao said that, everyone sighed in relief. Loan. How much did you take? Big Brotherly was puzzled. 75 high-grade spirit stones. Zhang Xiao'er said proudly. What? Are you kidding me? Zhang Xiao'er's entire fortune, including all your treasures, and even if you sell your ancestral grave, you can only get 10 high-grade spirit stones. Is Zhidong Money Bank stupid? Lend you 75 high-grade spirit stones. Aren't they afraid that you'll run away? Big Brotherly exclaimed. Yeah, you only have so little money. If you donate it and run away, who can do anything about it? Everyone shouted. Who said I'm running away? This time, I'm not alone. My boss, Boss Zhang, took the loan with me. 75 high-grade spirit stones, plus interest, spread over 300 years, it's enough to pay back 100 high-grade spirit stones. 300 years, Big Brother, and I will pay it back slowly. Zhang Xiao'er laughed. 300 years. In total, you and your elder brother will each receive more than 1 mid-grade spirit stone every month. This pressure isn't small. Big Brotherly said. Fortunately, it's still within my acceptable range. Just kill a few more demonic beasts. Zhang Xiao'er said. Really? But why did you borrow so much money from Zhidong Money Bank? Where's the money? Brotherly asked curiously. Zhang Xiao'er revealed a mysterious smile and said, Big Brotherly, let's test our palms. What is it? It's only been half a month, and your cultivation has increased. Big Brotherly said in disbelief. Everyone watched curiously. Zhang Xiao'er and Big Brotherly's palms met, pushing each other hard. When the two palms touched, Big Brotherly realized that something was wrong. Boom. With a loud bang, the two palms separated. Thump, 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 thump. Brotherly took 7 to 8 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Zhang Xiao'er, on the other hand, remained motionless. How could this be? Old Li is at the 5th level of the profound realm while Zhang Xiao'er is at the 4th level. Old Li can't beat Zhang Xiao'er. Everyone looked at the two in surprise. How is this possible? Zhang Xiao'er, tell me, what happened? Did your cultivation increase? Half a month ago, you were no match for me. Big Brotherly frowned. Chapter 663. I'm now at level 6 of the essence state. Zhang Xiao said with a smile. What? Half a month? 2 levels in a row. Did you eat an elixir? Brotherly exclaimed. To a cultivator, spirit stones were important, but there was one thing that was more important than money and spirit stones, and that was cultivation. The most important thing was to have a strong cultivation base. 2 levels in a row in half a month. His cultivation speed was simply too fast. Elixir? It's almost the same as an elixir. Besides, I can eat it for another 300 years, and my cultivation will continue to rise. Zhang Xiao'er said confidently. Ah. What's going on? Zhang Xiao'er, tell me, how did you increase your cultivation? Brotherly asked excitedly. That's why I borrowed 75 upper spiritual stones from the Zhidong Bank. Zhang Xiao said with a smile. Oh. Everyone pricked up their ears. Do you know the number 1 house in the world? Zhang Xiao said with a smile. The number 1 house in the world. Is it the Chamber of Commerce that's crazy about money? Yeah, what kind of shabby house is that? I can build it in 2 days, and it costs only 2 medium spiritual stones. They're crazy, and they're selling it for 100 upper spiritual stones. The number 1 house in the world. What a joke. Which idiot would buy his house? Although my house is not a cave abode, it's much better than his. They're crazy about money. Zhang Xiao'er suddenly spoke while everyone was criticizing him. I bought it there. The restaurant fell silent, and everyone looked at Zhang Xiao'er in disbelief. You spent 100 upper spiritual stones, which is equivalent to 10,000 medium spiritual stones, to buy a house that's only worth 2 medium spiritual stones. Brother Li was stunned. Yeah, why else would I borrow money from the Jidong Bank? Zhang Xiao said. Brother Li. The manager. Everyone in the restaurant. Zhang Xiao, are you kidding? Why did you buy that shabby house? Just ask me, and I'll build you a house 10 times better than his. Brother Li exclaimed. Zhang Xiao drank his wine and shook his head. Big Brother Li, it's not like that. You don't know. That house isn't worth much, but there's a huge array there, the myriad spirits array. The heaven and earth yuan qi inside is 10 times denser than outside. 10 times the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed. That's right, 10 times. Even the Great Winged Heaven School and the sect leaders' hall are not as rich as this. I can live here for 300 years. After 300 years, no matter how lazy I am, I will at least reach the divine realm. If I work harder, I might even reach the virtual realm. Zhang Xiao said with certainty. After Zhang Xiao finished speaking, almost everyone's heart thumped wildly. Emptiness realm. Perhaps in the eyes of many, that was an unattainable height. Even the immortal state was extremely illusory. However, if what Zhang Xiao said was true, 10 times the yuan qi of heaven and earth was no longer illusory, it was absolutely possible, absolutely possible. To a cultivator, cultivation was always the most important thing, even if it meant going bankrupt. Because once one's cultivation reached a certain level, they would have everything. How did Jidong Qianheng agree to lend you 75 top-grade spirit stones? Brother Li looked at Zhang Xiao. Everyone knows the rules of Jidong Qianheng. You have to apply for a loan first. I applied for it and gave you the reason. At first, I asked for a loan of 100 top-grade spirit stones, but Jidong Qianheng refused. They said that I could get a loan from the best house in the world, but I had to gather 25 top-grade spirit stones first. Only then could I get a loan of 75 top-grade spirit stones. I thought about it, gritted my teeth, called my boss, sold all my belongings, and borrowed some from my friends and relatives. Finally, I got the money. Jidong Qianheng successfully got the loan and supervised my purchase of the house to prevent me from using it for other purposes. Zhang Xiao thought about it and said. Chapter 664. Is Jidong Qian Bank stupid? Isn't he afraid that he won't get his money back? Isn't he afraid that he won't repay the loan? Someone said. What's there to be afraid of? It's written in the contract that if I don't repay the loan, Jidong Qian Bank will take back the house and sell it to someone else. Zhang Xiao said angrily. Then aren't you penniless now? Brother Li smiled bitterly. Yes. Boss Zhang and I bought the house together. Every month, we will each cultivate for half a month. We will work hard to earn money and repay the loan. Zhang Xiao said with a smile. But, won't you suffer? Brother Li asked worriedly. Zhang Xiao smiled and said, in half a month, I advanced by 2 stages. In 1 or 2 years, I will definitely reach the Qi state. By then, I will earn even more. It will only be hard for the next 2 years. But for the future, I am willing to suffer. Yeah, I suffered even more when I was immortal. Now, I have a bright future ahead of me. Tell me, Zhang Xiao, how did you do it? Is the yuan qi of heaven and earth really 10 times stronger? Everyone looked at Zhang Xiao excitedly. In the first open city, there was a forest. There was a huge valley. At the entrance of the valley, there was a huge sign that said, the best house under heaven. The entire valley was golden. Spiritual qi gathered in all directions to form 5,000 small vortexes. Each of the vortexes corresponded to a luxurious house. Among the 5,000 houses, there was a large hall in the north. Yan Chuan led everyone to look at the empty and desolate valley. The yuan qi of heaven and earth is so dense. What kind of array is this? Mo Yushi frowned and asked. This is the 1,000-spirit array. It's not that complicated. Anyone who has studied arrays can set it up in a short period of time. It's just that this array consumes too much energy and no one can afford it. Yan Chuan said with a smile. How many spiritual stones does this valley cost? Mo Yushi asked curiously. It consumes 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones every month. Yan Chuan said confidently. 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones every month. Mo Yushi asked in surprise. That means we'll lose 10 million low-grade spirit stones in a month. More than 100 million a year. Miao exclaimed. If that's the case, then you're not making any money at all. A house costs 100 upper-grade spirit stones, and you only need to pay 25 upper-grade spirit stones for the down payment. Even if you sell the house for 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones, you'll only get 125,000 upper-grade spirit stones. However, you gave the city lord's mansion 100,000 spiritual stones. Every year, it will cost you more than 10,000 spiritual stones. At most, it will last for 3 years. After 3 years, you will have to pay for it. Besides, can you sell 5,000 houses? Mo Yushi asked worriedly. Your calculations are not bad. However, I don't expect the number 1 lodging under the heavens to make money. I have the Zhidong money bank to make money. What if the number 1 lodging under the heavens can make money? Then there would be many people following the trend. I built the number 1 dorm under the heavens just to kidnap the city lord's mansion. Yan Chuan smiled. Ah. Mo Yushi didn't understand. Besides, these houses will be the source of the unrest in the first open city. Just wait. I will turn these houses into demons and turn the first open city upside down. Yan Chuan said confidently. Kidnap the city lord's mansion. Mo Yushi frowned. Miss Mo, that day, I put on a wig and went to the city lord's mansion. I knocked the city lord unconscious with 500 million low-grade spiritual stones. I then bribed him with 500 million low-grade spiritual stones. Everyone in the city lord's mansion treated me like a second parent and treated me with utmost care. I asked them to help me advertise. Everyone patted their chests and promised me. He sent me out respectfully. Lu Gang said with a smile. Bribe 500 million. How bold. Mo Yushi smiled bitterly. 500 million low-grade spiritual stones. That was too much. That's not all. I also promised that if this batch of houses sold well, my number 1 dorm under the heavens would continue to build more. In the future, every batch would be of the same standard as this one. I remember that when I left, everyone in the mansion was trembling. Lu Gang smiled. Of course they were trembling. You bribed them with 500 million in one go. How many more times? Just thinking about it made their nerves jump. They were ecstatic. I understand now. You used the utmost East Money Bank to kidnap the people. You used the number 1 dorm under the heavens to kidnap the city lord's mansion. You're preparing to kidnap the entire first open city. Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. Chapter 665. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Gang put on a wig and disguised himself as he arrived at the Castellan Manor once again. Congratulations, Castellan Wang. I heard that Castellan Wang's governance last year was exemplary and you were rewarded with a large number of treasures by the Great Winged Heaven School. Lu Gang said with a smile. Castellan Wang Qingshan was overjoyed. Quick, prepare some good tea for Mr. Lu. Bring the top-grade Immortal Ganoderma over and brew it for Mr. Lu. Wang Qingshan said to a disciple beside him. Yes. The disciple beside him quickly fetched the tea. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu is too courteous. It's all thanks to your number one lodging house. Without it, how could I be rewarded by the sect? Wang Qingshan said politely. Sipping the top-grade Immortal Ganoderma tea, Lu Gang laughed, Castellan Wang is too humble. With Castellan Wang's promise, the rich families in the city are willing to buy our houses. 5,000 houses will be sold out as soon as possible. This was Yen Chuan borrowing the Castellan Manor's reputation. After all, no one could guarantee that 300 years would not change. Everyone knew how to calculate. However, the Castellan Manor represented the Great Winged Heaven School, and the Great Winged Heaven School had already advertised it. How could it be fake? Could it be that the Great Winged Heaven School couldn't even last 300 years? What a joke! After enjoying the benefits of the number one lodging house, and with the promise of 300 years, more and more people bought their houses. As for the city lord, Wang Qingshan, he was not a fool. He calculated everything and found that this batch of houses had been sold for 125,000. 100,000 upper spiritual stones were handed over to him and went into his pocket. The rest would naturally be earned by the number one hostel in the world and the East Money Bank. He couldn't push too hard. The number one lodging house is indeed worthy of its name. The Yuan Qi there is not inferior to my sect leader's palace. You might not know, but 2 of my disciples from the Great Winged Heaven School bought houses there. Sometimes, even I wish I could have one. Castellan Wang said with a smile. Lu Gang didn't reply. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, the first batch is full. Therefore, the number one lodging house would like to open up another piece of land. What is Castellan Wang's opinion? Oh. The teacup in Wang Qingshan's hand trembled slightly, and the tea almost spilled out. The same rules as last time, 500 million low-grade spirit stones for a 300-year rental, and 500 million low-grade spirit stones for City Lord Wang to take care of his people. How about that? Lu Gang said with a smile. Wang Qingshan's heart thumped wildly again. Ha ha ha, the world's number one lodging house is indeed worthy of its reputation. Alright, just tell me which piece of land you fancy. There'll definitely be no problem. Wang Qingshan immediately guaranteed. I naturally believe in City Lord Wang. However, there is something that I must remind City Lord Wang. Lu Gang said solemnly. Oh. The number one under heaven dormitory is happy to work with City Lord Wang. We hope to continue working with City Lord Wang. Lu Gang said sincerely. Of course. Wang Qingshan said affirmatively. 500 million low-grade spirit stones at once. This seat, Wang Qingshan naturally would not give it away. City Lord Wang, I think that once the news of our cooperation reaches the Great Winged Heaven School, many people will be jealous. Of course, maybe I'm thinking too much. Lu Gang said. As soon as Lu Gang said this, Wang Qingshan shuddered. That's right, 500 million low-grade spirit stones, 500 million in half a year. Who wouldn't be jealous? There were many disciples in the Great Winged Heaven School, but they weren't as close as brothers. What I mean is that City Lord Wang should be closer to your master. These spirit stones are endless. No matter how good the sales are this time, 2 months later, I might have to trouble you again. If the sales are good this year, it's normal for me to come here 10 times to discuss the contract. Lu Gang said with a smile. Chapter 666. 10 times. 5 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Pouring money into his own pocket. Wang Qingshan was a little out of breath. At the same time, he realized that he couldn't take the money alone. Not to mention the immortal state warriors, even the virtual realm warriors would be jealous. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will inform my master and ask him to suppress the evildoers. Wang Qingshan said respectfully. Ha ha ha, City Lord Wang is a wise man. This is only 1 year. We will do this every year. We will build a prosperous city. Lu Gang said with a smile. Huh, that's right. Wang Qingshan laughed. While the two were talking, there was a sudden noise outside the hall. Let me in. Let me in. I want to see the city lord. He is my martial uncle. The noise outside the hall was loud. Wang Qingshan frowned when he heard the noise outside. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry. I need to go out for a while. Wang Qingshan said. Okay. Lu Gang nodded. Wang Qingshan soon walked out of the hall. A group of his disciples was blocking 3 or 4 people. Martial uncle, it's me. A man in red said with a smile. What's the matter? Wang Qingshan frowned. I want to buy land. I want to build a house and sell it. I have cracked the array of the best house in the world. Martial uncle, please help me. The man in red said. You want to build the best house in the world too? Wang Qingshan frowned. Yes. How long are you going to rent it for? Wang Qingshan frowned. Rent? This is the land of the Great Winged Heaven School. I can just borrow it. It is not worth much. Of course, I will give martial uncle 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones for everything. Of course, after the house is sold, the man in red said. Wang Qingshan's face twitched. 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. That was 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. Wang Qingshan might have turned a blind eye to it before the building of the best house in the world. But now, the best house in the world could bring in 10 billion low-grade spiritual stones for the sect in the next year. 5 billion low-grade spiritual stones would go to him. Every time, he would give the money first and take the land later. The best house in the world was so honest. But look at martial uncle in front of him. 10 million high-grade spiritual stones. This was not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. What's more, he was just making empty promises. He would pay after the house was sold. Most importantly, they had disrupted the business of the world's #1 dormitory. What if they stopped investing? Martial uncle, 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones is quite a lot. The red-clothed man said. Wang Qingshan's face twitched. Ridiculous, I'm in charge of the first gate city, how can I allow you to mess around? If you want to mess around in the first gate city, get the sect master's personal order first. Martial uncle. The red-clothed man frowned. Go back and cultivate properly. Don't look for trouble. Wang Qingshan frowned and lectured. Humph, what's so great about that? I'll go tell my master and let him fight for the position of city lord. The red-robed man turned around and left. Seeing the red-clothed man leave, Wang Qingshan immediately panicked. Lu Gang sat in the main hall and heard everything. Naturally, he understood that the benefits were too great, and no one could avoid it. After another half a day, Wang Qingshan sent Lu Gang away with a deep frown on his face. Master, what do we do now? A disciple asked worriedly. This was because there was a large amount of spirit stones to be distributed at this location. No, I'll go look for my master. Wang Qingshan took a deep breath and said. Martial uncle. Isn't he in seclusion? Seclusion? He has to come out even if he's in seclusion. Wang Qingshan's eyes were red with determination. Chapter 667. Ever since Zhang Xiao bought the #1 house in the world, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He was now at the 9th level of the refined realm despite the fact that he had to work very hard to repay the loan. Half a month later, it was Boss Zhang's turn to cultivate. Zhang Xiao also came out to make money to repay the loan. Zhang Xiao was in a good mood after reaching LV9 of the Essence Realm. However, the door of the restaurant was closed. Huh? Why is it closed? Zhang Xiao looked at the closed door in surprise. Zhang Xiao, have you finished cultivating? Suddenly, a voice came from beside him. It was brotherly. It's brotherly. I have reached LV9 of the Essence Realm. But what happened to the restaurant? Why is it closed? Zhang Xiao said with a smile. Are you talking about the shopkeeper? He also bought a house for 25 upper spiritual stones. But it's worth it. He bought the shop and entered the best house in the world. Brotherly said with a smile. Many shops have closed on my way here. Zhang Xiao said with a worried tone. Isn't it because of the price of the best house in the world? All the money has gone to the best house in the world. They can't open any more. Do you think those shops have no cost? Brotherly said. So many shops in the premier city are going to close? Zhang Xiao said. Well, maybe. But it doesn't matter to the governor because the rent of the best house in the world is more than the tax of all the shops combined. Brotherly said with certainty. The governor naturally supports the best house in the world. But it's hard for us. Zhang Xiao said with a wry smile. Who said it isn't? I used to be an alchemist. I could help them refine pills and they would give me a certain amount of spiritual stones as compensation. But now, there are fewer and fewer shops. It's getting harder and harder to earn spiritual stones as compensation. Brotherly said with a wry smile. Other industries are getting harder and harder. It's not that hard. Anyway, it's not as prosperous as before. Brotherly said with a wry smile. Forget it. Let's go outside the city to hunt some demonic beasts and sell them in the city. Zhang Xiao said. Okay, but there are fewer shops now. There are many people like us who hunt demonic beasts and sell them. The price of demonic beasts will be cheaper in the future. Brotherly said with a wry smile. Yes, it's getting harder and harder to repay the loan. Let's go. The two of them left the city together. First opening of the city, to the second floor of East Qian Bank. Yan Chuan looked at Yi Feng and said, it's about time. The best merchant house to the east and the best merchant house under the heavens have already established themselves in Kaifeng City. Now, they're starting to spread to the other 100 cities. I want all 100 cities to have the best merchant house under the heavens. Yes, this subject has already made the arrangements. As soon as your majesty gives the order, we will immediately sweep through the 100 cities of the Great Winged Heaven School. Yi Feng said with a smile. Yan Chuan nodded. However, your majesty, when will that plan begin? Yi Feng asked curiously. Then let's wait for the East Money Bank and the number 1 under Heaven House to gain a firm foothold in the 100 cities. Once that plan was executed, the entire city would be destroyed in an instant. If it was executed too early, it would be easy to be exposed. Once the foundations of the 100 cities were stabilized, they would execute the plan at the same time, causing the 100 cities to collapse at the same time. At that time, it will be the collapse of the first round. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Yes. Another year passed. City Lord's Mansion. Wang Qingshan frowned as he looked at the new annual income. City Lord, this year, the taxes and rent from all walks of life are only 40,000 high-grade spirit stones. It's less than half of the previous year. A disciple frowned. In the past, the annual income of a city was 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Although the income of all walks of life was reduced by more than half, the best merchant house under the heavens has 500,000 high-grade spirit stones to buy land. The amount we hand into the Great Winged Heaven School is 5 or 6 times more than before. Another person said. Yes, it's enough to have the best merchant house under the heavens. Why do you care so much? Wang Qingshan's frown slowly eased. Yes, he had created 5 times the benefits for the sect. Also, this year, he also had 5 billion low-grade spirit stones in his personal pocket. 5 billion. Although most of it was given to his master to manage everything, he still had a lot of surplus after all. Thinking of this, Wang Qingshan smiled. Those poor people in other industries, let them die. Chapter 668. First city opening, East Money Bank, second floor. Yan Chuan was sitting at a desk, drinking tea while listening to Yifeng's report. Miao was lying lazily on Mo Yushi's lap, nibbling on spirit stones. Someone? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows in confusion. That's right, Your Majesty. The construction of the 100 cities went smoothly in the beginning. Whether it was the East Money Bank or the No. 1 Under Heaven Lodging Company, everything went smoothly. When the No. 1 Under Heaven Lodging Company expanded again, one of the cities was blocked. Yifeng said solemnly. Oh. Who was it? Yan Chuan asked curiously. That was the city lord of Blue Sky City, called Yin Hentian. Yifeng said solemnly. Hentian? Hentian? How much injustice did he have to endure to be able to come up with such a name? Yan Chuan laughed. Your Majesty is considerate, and I did not think too much about the name at first. Perhaps the person who came up with this name has some story behind it. Yifeng smiled. What's wrong with this Yin Hentian? Yan Chuan asked as he sipped his tea. Perhaps he saw something and did not allow the expansion of the No. 1 Under Heaven Lodging Company. In Blue Sky City, he is the city lord, and there are restrictions there. Yifeng said solemnly. He saw it? Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. Perhaps. He kept saying that the No. 1 Under Heaven Lodging Company and the East Money Bank were colluding with each other and had bad intentions. He kept emphasizing that if this continued, the city would be destroyed. Yifeng said solemnly. Oh. The people of the East Money Bank spent a lot of money to buy this information. That Yin Hentian also emphasized to the people around him that this was a conspiracy against the Great Winged Heaven School. Yifeng took a deep breath. Where did this Yin Hentian come from? People from the Great Winged Heaven School. Yan Chuan asked curiously. He was picked up by Shibuya, a lower void stage expert from the Great Winged Heaven School. Rumor has it that when Shibuya saw Yin Hentian was already on the verge of death. Shibuya helped Yin Hentian and Yin Hentian woke up. Yin Hentian wanted to repay Shibuya, so he stayed in Blue Sky City. Yin Hentian had outstanding ability as well. Blue Sky City, a city that was originally at the bottom of the economic ladder, became the city with the highest tax revenue after 3 years under Yin Hentian's control. Yifeng sighed in admiration. Oh. Yan Chuan's eyes lit up. Your Majesty's plan to collapse this time cannot fail. I have already made the decision and ordered everyone to persuade the city lords to quickly send slanderous words to the Great Winged Heaven School so that Yin Hentian can quickly disappear from the vicinity of the Great Winged Heaven School. He will have no one to complain to. Yifeng said. Well done. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes. Yin Hentian has been chased out of the Great Winged Heaven School. If there is a chance, bring him to see me. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yes. Lu Gang went to the city lord's mansion because of this matter, right? Yan Chuan asked. Yes. Shibuya, who saved Yin Hentian, is the master of the city lord of our city. Yifeng said with certainty. Good. Yan Chuan nodded. First to open the city lord's mansion. City Lord Wan, I originally came here to rent another piece of land. However, it's difficult now. Someone is slandering us and wants to get rid of the No. 1 Under Heaven School. I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. Lu Gang said bitterly. What? What do you mean? Someone stopped you. Wang Qingshan's expression changed. Chapter 669. In the past year, Billions of low-grade spirit stones had gone through his personal pockets, causing Wang Qingshan to be completely lost in the spirit stones. A few billion a year, not to mention himself, would be enough for a few generations. Moreover, it was increasing every year. Now, someone was blocking his path to wealth. Wang Qingshan was instantly enraged. Yes, our #1 hostel in the world has opened in hundreds of cities, and we have to rely on the city lords. However, someone is planning to go to the Great Winged Heaven School and say that he wants to completely ban us. Sigh. Lu Gang said bitterly. Mr. Lu, who is it? Who is it? How dare he? Wang Qingshan shouted. The city lord of Blue Sky City, Yin Hentian. Lu Gang said. It's him. The kid that master picked up. Bastard, this person wants to go to the Great Winged Heaven School to complain. I must destroy him. Wang Qingshan glared. No. City Lord Wang, don't make a big deal out of this. Otherwise, it will go to the sect master of the Great Winged Heaven School. Lu Gang said. Yes, Mr. Lu is thoughtful. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. With us around, the #1 hostel in the world will always be unimpeded. Wang Qingshan said firmly. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. At the same time, let's finalize the next batch of cooperation. Lu Gang said with a smile. Haha, good, good. Blue Sky City, City Lord's Mansion. Outside the main hall of the City Lord's Mansion, nearly 1,000 cultivators stood there, looking coldly at a man in a green robe at the entrance of the hall. The green-robed man had a head of long green hair. His forehead was shaped like a crescent, and his skin was sickly white. He had a small mustache, which added to his mature charm. However, at this moment, he was looking up at the sky with a look of unwillingness. Yin Hentian, did you hear what we said? If you don't get lost, we'll smash you into pieces now. If the people of the #1 hostel in the world did not plead for you, you would be dead by now. You want to go to the Great Winged Heaven School? Dream on. With us around, don't even think about it. The crowd forced the green-haired man, Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian revealed a bitter expression. I only said a few words about banning the #1 dormitory under the heavens, but who would have thought that all of you would know about it? Ha 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 ha. City lords of 100 cities. Just for me alone, all the city lords of your cities actually came. Ha ha ha, all of you are rotten, all of you are rotten. The world's #1 dormitory. What a great #1 dormitory under the heavens. Their movements are too fast. Can't you see? This is a scam targeted at the Great Winged Heaven School. This is an attempt to destroy the Great Winged Heaven School. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. Humph, you're just trying to scare us. Now, get out of the Great Winged Heaven School's territory. We'll send people to watch over you. If you dare to resist, we'll kill you at any time. The group of city lords said coldly. Yin Hentian shook his head, not saying a word. It was as though he was waiting. At this moment, the city lord of the first open city, Wang Qingshan, flew over. Fellow Taoist Wang. Yin Hentian looked at Wang Qingshan. It was as though he was waiting for Wang Qingshan. Wang Qingshan landed and stood beside the city lords. He threw a green jade pendant to Yin Hentian. Smack! Yin Hentian caught it. This is... Yin Hentian's expression changed. Yin Hentian, I've already reported this to Master. Master said that you don't need to keep your promise back then. Take your jade pendant and leave. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Great Winged Heaven School. Also, you're not allowed to take a step into the Great Winged Heaven School. You have nothing to do with the Great Winged Heaven School anymore. All grudges are settled. Wang Qingshan shouted. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Yin Hentian suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was mixed with too much sadness and bitterness. To think that the dignified Yin family would be reduced to such a state. The green jade pendant that shook the world was actually abandoned by someone. Ha 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 ha. Yin Hentian laughed bitterly. Yin Hentian, are you going to leave or not? Wang Qingshan said coldly. The city lords all looked coldly at Yin Hentian. Looking at the group of city lords who were about to go crazy, Yin Hentian let out a maniacal laugh and said, "Fine, I'm only staying in the Great Feather Heavenly Sect to repay Shibuya's kindness back then. All these years, I've already helped him a lot. Since he said that we're even, then so be it. What does the life and death of the Great Feather Heavenly Sect have to do with me? What does it have to do with me?" With a flick of his sleeves, Yin Hentian stepped into the sky and flew towards the west. Follow him and escort him out of the Great Winged Heaven School. Don't make any mistakes. Wang Qingshan shouted to the disciples. Yes. Many people nodded. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Yin Hentian seemed to despise these people. He flew towards the west and did not look back. Yin family. Shaking the world. Tui, this old man is familiar with history. I've never heard of any powerful Yin family in this world. A city lord sneered. Bullshit green jade pendant, Tui. Humph. The city lords all snorted in disdain. First opening of the city, Jidong Money Bank, second floor. Your Majesty, Yin Hentian has been chased out of Blue Sky City. He's heading towards the west. I don't know where he is now. Lu Gang explained the events of that day with a smile. Oh. Yin family. Yen Chuan frowned. He had never heard of this name before. I've already sent people to look for this person. However, there's no news of him. It's difficult to find him again. Yi Feng sighed slightly. Gold will always shine. Just keep an eye on this person in the future. Yen Chuan nodded. Yes, but something interesting happened this morning. Yi Feng said with a smile. Oh. Your Majesty, you don't know. Today, a city lord deposited 100 million low-grade spiritual stones into our Jidong Money Bank. Yi Feng smiled. Really? Yen Chuan immediately laughed. Yes, the money that we bribed them actually flowed back. The city lord is going to earn interest from the Jidong Money Bank. Ha 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 ha. Yi Feng laughed. Did the city lord hit his head? The money that we bribed was returned to us. Lu Gang was also shocked. That's right. This morning, I was also shocked by the news. Jidong Money Bank, Your Majesty is wise. Yi Feng smiled. Yen Chuan smiled slightly and said, well, that's a good thing. However, Yin Hentian's matter can't be ignored. Since one person saw the clues, perhaps others will see the clues next. Yes. We'll definitely pay attention. Yi Feng said with a solemn face. It's useless to pay attention. We have to be quick. We have to spread the best under Heaven House as soon as possible. After that, we'll carry out the plan and let the people of the 100 cities go crazy. Yen Chuan said affirmatively. Yes. The two of them immediately responded. Chapter 670. Opening of the first city, Castellan Manor. In the main hall of the Castellan Manor, Wang Qingshan sipped on a cup of tea with a satisfied expression. Master, you have to check the tax revenue every year. Do you still want to do it this year? A disciple asked. No need. Just let me know once you verified it. Wang Qingshan said nonchalantly. Yes. Master, I've done the calculations. This year, the tax revenue from the first city is only 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. It's only 1/5 of the previous year. A disciple said worriedly. Only 20,000. 20,000 it is. I don't care about those businesses at all. I have the #1 hotel under the heavens. This year, it's another 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Wang Qingshan said nonchalantly. Wang Qingshan didn't know that the #1 hotel under the heavens had overdrawn the profits of the first city to pay such a high share. Of course, even if Wang Qingshan knew, he wouldn't pursue the matter because the 500,000 high-grade spirit stones would go into his own pocket. Master is wise. I heard from Mr. Liu that next year, the tax revenue might increase even more. It might even be a few times higher than this year, or even 10 times higher. A disciple said excitedly. The teacup in Wang Qingshan's hand trembled slightly as the tea swirled around. It was obvious that he was immersed in Lu Gang's words. Next year? Next year's tax revenue would be 10 times higher than this year's. Wang Qingshan's throat moved. His eyes shone brightly. Master, someone came to visit today and said bad things about the #1 hotel under the heavens. They said. One of the disciples frowned. Arrest them all. Is this something a human would say? Wang Qingshan glared. Yes, I've already imprisoned them. Who do they think they are? The first city belongs to the Great Winged Heaven School. What do they know? Wang Qingshan snorted coldly. Yes. This kind of person deserves to die. Wang Qingshan said coldly. Yes. The first city, East Money Bank, 2nd floor. Yan Chuan stood on the 2nd floor and looked down with a solemn expression. Your Majesty, it's been almost 3 years. Our plan has been completed. 100 cities, the #1 hotel under the heavens, and the East Bank have all been established. We're just waiting for your orders. Yi Feng said solemnly. It's time. Let's begin. Yan Chuan said coldly. Yes. Yi Feng replied solemnly. Zhang Xiao'er carried a demonic beast and stopped at the entrance of a restaurant. It had been 3 years, and Zhang Xiao had broken through from LV4 to LV10. He was now close to breaking through to the Qi state. It had only been 3 years. In the past, Zhang Xiao would have cried out in excitement. However, recently, Zhang Xiao was not excited in the slightest. Instead, he had a worried expression on his face, and a lot of his long black hair had fallen off. Sigh. Zhang Xiao sighed. At this moment, a man walked out of the restaurant. Shopkeeper Wang, this is a 7-horned beast. I spent a lot of effort to catch it. Take a look. Zhang Xiao said hopefully. Not bad. 7-horned beast, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Shopkeeper Wang nodded. What? 10 low-grade spirit stones. Weren't there 100 of them before? Why are there 10 now? Zhang Xiao exclaimed. Shopkeeper Wang looked at Zhang Xiao and smiled bitterly. Zhang Xiao you're a regular here. How many people do we have now? Chapter 671. Zhang Xiao'er looked around and saw that there were many people in the restaurant. Sigh, now that all the money has gone to the #1 under heaven restaurant, how many people are willing to spend money here? Moreover, there are more and more people coming to deliver demonic beasts. These demonic beasts are becoming less and less valuable. Because you are a regular customer, they will give you 10 low-grade spirit stones. If it is someone else, they will give you 8 at most. Shopkeeper Wang shook his head. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Zhang Xiao'er said gloomily. At this moment, another cultivator carried the same demonic beast as Wang Xiao'er. Shopkeeper Wang, this 7-horned beast, I almost died. No matter what, you have to give me 9 low-grade spirit stones. That person shouted. No, at most 8. Shopkeeper Wang refused. Zhang Xiao'er showed a trace of bitterness. Holding the 10 low-grade spirit stones, Zhang Xiao'er's heart was filled with depression. He grabbed his scalp, which was becoming less and less hairs. What should I do? This month's loan repayment date is approaching. Why is it so difficult to earn spirit stones now? Zhang Xiao'er said with a bitter smile. Zhang Xiao'er. Suddenly, a voice called out to Zhang Xiao'er. Brother Li. Why are you here? Zhang Xiao'er said in astonishment. Sai, I have been refining pills in the Alchemy Institute for a long time. They are only giving me 1/10 of the previous payment. Only 1/10, how can I repay the loan? Brother Li lamented. Ah. Only 1/10? They are slandering you. No, everyone is paying the same price. Many people went to apply. That shopkeeper is someone I know, so he gave me a chance. Brother Li said sadly. Sai, that's right. It was fine in the past. Why is it so difficult to earn spirit stones now? We still have 297 years. Zhang Xiao'er said sadly. Why don't we leave this place? I can't take it anymore. Brother Li said. Leave? Then we don't want the house. Also, my brother and I have already paid 25 high-grade spirit stones. I can't leave. Zhang Xiao'er said bitterly. The two of them walked back to the number 1 under heaven restaurant. Why are there so many people there? Brother Li asked curiously. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Xiao'er immediately rushed forward. The crowd is surrounding a notice board. Really? Really? Can you represent the world's number 1 dormitory? That's great, that's great. We're saved. Sounds of excitement could be heard from the crowd. Then, everyone quickly left. Zhang Xiao'er and Big Brother Li gathered around and looked at the plaque. Big Brother, is this true? Zhang Xiao'er was ecstatic. Beside the notice, a white-robed man explained the situation and nodded. As long as I persuade one person to buy a house, all his money will be mine. Zhang Xiao'er exclaimed. The white-robed man nodded with a smile. That's right, 25 high-tier spirit stones is the down payment. You should know that as long as you find someone, all 25 high-tier spirit stones will be used to pay off your loan. Is there really such a thing? Really? Zhang Xiao'er said excitedly. The white-robed man smiled. Of course, the city lord's mansion has also helped us send out a notice. You can go and take a look. Do you still not believe in the reputation of the world's number 1 restaurant? I believe you, I believe you. It's just that I'm pleasantly surprised. The owner of the world's number 1 restaurant is too considerate. Zhang Xiao'er said excitedly. As long as you persuade one person to buy our house, all your loan payments will be reduced by 1/4. In other words, if you persuade 4 people, this house will be yours for the next 300 years. Do you understand? From then on, no one will ask you to pay off your loan. The white-robed man said with a smile. Chapter 672. Understood, understood. That's great. My brother and I bought the house together. As long as my brother and I each find 2 people to buy the house, I won't have to pay back my 300 years of debt. That's great. That's great. Zhang Xiao'er shouted as if he had lost his mind. Everyone, let's hurry up and find the people. The man in white laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Xiao'er ran home excitedly. At home, Boss Zhang was cultivating. Suddenly, Zhang Xiao'er ran in. Brother, good news, good news. 3 days later. Zhang Xiao'er brought a few jars of wine to the entrance of a cave. Second uncle, I'm here to see you. Zhang Xiao'er walked over with a smile. At the entrance of the cave, a middle-aged Taoist was inhaling and exhaling yuan qi. He looked at Zhang Xiao'er. Isn't this Xiao'er? You even brought so many gifts. You know how to be filial. The middle-aged Taoist laughed. I'm here to see second uncle. Of course, I can't come empty-handed. Zhang Xiao'er laughed. 3 years ago, you borrowed money from me to buy a house. Now you've bought it. The middle-aged Taoist laughed. Of course. This is also the reason why I came to see second uncle. That house is great. Second uncle, come and live with us. Zhang Xiao'er said excitedly. Oh. Is the number one hostel under the heavens really that good? The middle-aged Taoist laughed. Of course. Well, it's a good thing that you have a good starting point. The future generations of the Zhang family will depend on you. As for that house, I won't be going. I'm fine now. The middle-aged Taoist laughed. No, no, second uncle, you must go. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Zhang Xiao'er tried to persuade him. Another 3 days later. Zhang Xiao'er met the manager of the number one hostel under the heavens again. My second uncle bought it for 25 upper-grade spirit stones. Now. Zhang Xiao'er looked at the manager expectantly. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Zhang. Your brother has also found someone to buy my number one house under the heavens for a total of 50 upper-grade spirit stones. We have already helped you hand it over to the East Money Bank. From now on, your monthly loan will only be half of the original amount. The manager smiled. Really? Zhang Xiao'er excitedly ran to Zhidong Qian Bank to inquire. When he walked out of East Qian Bank, Zhang Xiao'er's entire body was trembling. That's great. That's great. I've only pulled one person over. As long as I find another one, all of the loans will be gone. That's right, all of them will be gone. I won't have to repay the loans anymore. Zhang Xiao'er said excitedly. 2 days later. Zhang Xiao'er once again brought the wine to a secluded valley. Master, your disciple has come to see you. Zhang Xiao'er smiled as he walked into the valley. The valley was quiet, and an old Taoist was practicing some kind of fist technique. When Zhang Xiao'er came in, the old Taoist smiled. Waiter. Ha, you haven't come to see me for many years. The old Taoist laughed. Yes, disciple was wrong. Disciple is here to apologize. Disciple bought a house and invited master to have a look. Zhang Xiao'er laughed. Half a month later. Zhang Xiao'er and boss Zhang went to a restaurant extravagantly. Big brother, that's great. Our loans have been cleared. All of the loans have been cleared. All of them. Zhang Xiao'er was very unhappy. That's good. From now on, you and I are brothers. Cultivate well. Boss Zhang said. Yes, cultivate well. Zhang Xiao'er nodded. Zhang Xiao'er's debts were cleared. However, because Zhang Xiao'er's debts were cleared, another 4 people were trapped by the number one hotel under the heavens. The original debt increased by 4 times in the blink of an eye. This debt was like a rolling snowball, growing bigger and bigger. 1 became 4, 4 became 16, and 16 became 64. A policy of the number one hotel under the heavens suddenly swept through the first Kai city like a plague, crazily sweeping through hundreds of cities. It was unstoppable. The 100 cities all went crazy. More and more people were dragged by their relatives to buy houses. The number one hotel under the heavens was expanding crazily. At the same time, the city lords were going crazy at this moment. In the first Kai city, Wang Qingshan saw Lu Gang walking over. Mr. Lu, you're expanding again. The number one hotel under the heavens is expanding again. Wang Qingshan was extremely enthusiastic. Moreover, Wang Qingshan personally poured tea for Lu Gang. City Lord Wang, I hope you can spread the word more. Lu Gang said with a smile. Of course, of course. Wang Qingshan said excitedly. If someone objects. Lu Gang frowned and said. I'll kill him with my own hands. Wang Qingshan promised. Chapter 673. First Open City. Mayor's Mansion. Master, a few more people came to cause trouble today. They're bad-mouthing Best Under Heaven and East Qian Bank. A disciple reported. Where are they? Wang Qingshan glared. They've all been locked up by me. The disciple fawned. Well done. Wang Qingshan nodded. Master, I've also bought a house. The Best Under Heaven is indeed not bad. The disciple laughed. Oh. Ha, I've given you so many spiritual stones. It shouldn't be difficult to buy a house. Wang Qingshan laughed. I didn't spend much money. I asked a few seniors to buy it for me. The 300 years of interest is waived. The disciple laughed. Disciples of the sect, are there many who bought it? Wang Qingshan asked curiously. More and more. The disciple laughed. Buy it. The spiritual stones are in our hands anyway. Don't let the goodies go to outsiders. Ha. Wang Qingshan laughed. Master is truly wise. When Master first brought us to the First Open City, we had some complaints. But now we realize that Master was right. Staying in the First Open City is much wiser than staying in the sect. As far as the disciples are concerned, having spirit stones stored in the East Money Bank means that the interest we earn every month is many times higher than staying in the sect. Even when I deposit the interest again, the interest is more than what the sect gave us. The disciple laughed. Ha. Wang Qingshan was proud. First Open City, East Qian Bank's second floor. Yan Chuan looked at the originally bustling street. At this moment, leaves were flying in the air. A gust of wind blew past, making it look extremely bleak. The originally bustling street was now deserted, and many shops were closed. Only East Qian Bank was busy every day. Your Majesty, the plan this time is too vicious. Furthermore, he forced everyone to be helpless. Yifeng sighed. Yan Chuan nodded. City Lord of 100 Cities, many people have put their spirit stones back into the East Qian Bank. Our East Qian Bank is the biggest beneficiary. Everyone in the city is tempting their relatives to buy a house. By the end of this year, 100 cities will completely collapse. Yifeng said. Everyone is poor, everything has become bleak. Yifeng said worriedly. When the 100 cities crumble, the hearts of the people will scatter. When the army of the Great Jin dynasty arrives, these people will no longer work for the Great Winged Heaven School and will no longer obstruct our army. Furthermore, these 200 million practitioners will follow our army to attack the Great Winged Heaven School. There is no room for mercy in a war. Yan Chuan said solemnly. I understand. If we are merciful today, we will definitely plant the seeds of destruction for Dezhen in the future. Yifeng sighed. Don't worry. These spirit stones will be taken from the people. When 100 cities becomes Dezhen's territory, we will use them for the people. In the future, we will use these spirit stones to pacify the city. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty is merciful. Yifeng sighed. We will have Yushi transfer Rosefinch and Xuanwu to protect you and Lu Gang. We will leave the matters here to you. We will prepare the next plan. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Yifeng nodded. The first batch of buildings to be built in Zhang Xiao's house. In Zhang Xiao's room. Zhang Xiao looked at the two elders in front of him. Second uncle. Master. Zhang Xiao called out guiltily. Chapter 674. Don't call me second uncle. I'm not your master. The two of them glared at Zhang Xiao. Xiao, if you need money, I'll lend it to you. If you want to buy a house, I'll give you my savings. But what do you take me for? You colluded with outsiders and lied to me? Second uncle glared. Evil disciple, evil disciple. Second uncle, master, what do you think we should do? Zhang Xiao knelt on the ground. Go out and earn spirit stones. Before we invite our friends to buy a house, help us pay off the loan. Second uncle said in a low voice. Yes. Zhang Xiao wailed. Originally, they only had to pay off one loan. Now, it had suddenly become 4 times. Zhang Xiao completely broke down. At least Zhang Xiao had some humanity. Those inhumane cultivators even chased their family members out of the house and scolded them, not caring about their family members at all. The entire city was in a state of misery. The people had no way of making a living. Even someone as simple as Zhang Xiao had become a beast who cheated his friends and family. What more those who were cold-hearted to begin with? This trend did not just spread in First Kai City. It spread in hundreds of cities at the same time. There was a kind of pain that made you feel like you were falling into hell. You could not let it go, nor could you throw it away. You could only suffer every day. Be it physically, mentally, or financially, they were all suffering. Everyone was suffering in their hearts. While the people were suffering, the city lord's residence was overjoyed. City lord's residence. Master, there's no more space in the prison. A disciple said worriedly. Wang Qingshan frowned. He could vaguely feel that the situation seemed to have gone out of control. Master, another batch of spirit stones entered the account. Another disciple shouted. Wang Qingshan's initial worry dissipated. Spirit stones. It was fine as long as the spirit stones entered the account. Master, our spirit stones have all been deposited in the East Money Bank to earn interest. It's not just us. I heard that many city lords' money has been deposited in the East Money Bank. Why didn't you deposit yours? Just leave it there, and it's enough to earn interest. A disciple said with a smile. Wang Qingshan shook his head. Vaguely, Wang Qingshan felt that he should not have deposited his spirit stones in the East Money Bank. Plus, his own master, Wuxia, didn't store them either. Therefore, Wang Qingshan didn't store them. Instead, he stored them up and used the strongest array to protect them. Cultivators had storage treasures. However, storage treasures were too rare. Only those in the emptiness realm, or at least the intermediate emptiness realm, could create a storage treasure. Moreover, the intermediate emptiness realm cultivator had to be proficient in crafting treasures. The storage space of a storage magic treasure was generally very small. It was so small that it only had a space of a few dozen feet. It was already an incredible storage magic treasure. Moreover, the storage space was not permanent. As time passed, it would continue to shrink. This was also the reason why storage magic treasures were so rare in the world. There were many ancient storage magic treasures that had been passed down, but the space within them was gradually disappearing. Many of his storage treasures were now useless. Hence, Wang Qingshan could not bring his spirit stones with him. That was why he was willing to deposit the spirit stones of countless cultivators in the East Bank. Master, more than half of the people in my Great Winged Heaven School seem to have come to buy a house. The disciple said. 1 persuading 4 persuading 16. This speed is indeed fast. Wang Qingshan nodded. 1 advised 4 advised 16, 16 advised 64. Coaxing and cheating. The snowball was getting bigger and bigger. However, there were only so many people in a city. There were only 2 million of them. Chapter 675. Finally, when this snowball caught everyone in one fell swoop, the scam could no longer continue. This was because no one could be scammed anymore. No one could be persuaded to buy a house anymore. There were only so many people. How could there be more houses than people? The horrifying loan repayment and loan amount were horrifying. The entire city's economy was in a depression. There was nowhere to earn spirit stones. Finally, the entire city started to riot. The first round of collapse occurred. Ban the number one brothel under the heavens. Ban loans. City Lord, come out. Return my spirit stones. The huge riot rushed to the city lord's residence. At the city lord's residence, Wang Qingshan looked at the countless cultivators surrounding the city lord's residence. These cultivators all had bloodshot eyes as they looked at the city lord's residence's floating island with cold gazes. Capture them. The new prison cells are already built. Capture them all. A reckless disciple shouted. Smack. Wang Qingshan slapped that disciple. Master. That disciple said in confusion as he covered his face. Wang Qingshan's hand trembled. 100,000. No, 400,000 cultivators rebelled. Wang Qingshan said in shock. Capture. That was crazy. Who would dare to capture them at this time? These people were all crazy. Did they not see the roar in their eyes? As long as things did not go well, these people would definitely destroy the city lord's residence. How many disciples did Wang Qingshan bring? Everyone. Wang Qingshan called out. Wang Qingshan still had some dignity. When he called out, everyone stopped talking and looked coldly at Wang Qingshan. City Lord, release my elder brother from prison. City Lord, release my grandfather. Someone shouted. However, that person was quickly drowned in the wave of debt. City Lord Wang, the number one brothel under the heavens is a disaster to the sect and the people. City Lord Wang, please make the decision and return all our spirit stones. That's right. City Lord Wang, we want spirit stones. City Lord Wang, please make the decision. Everyone looked coldly at Wang Qingshan. They were not begging but forcing him. Originally, only 100 people came. However, the group grew to 10,000 in the blink of an eye. Soon, it grew to 400,000. It was not just the first city lord's residence. 100 cities faced a huge disaster at the same time. I promise that I'll report this matter to the sect and deal with it appropriately. I'll give everyone a satisfactory answer. Wang Qingshan consoled. At the same time, Wang Qingshan knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. He had to ask the sect to step in. Otherwise, no one from the city lord's residence would be able to escape. 400,000. 500,000. 600,000. More and more Shouja were waiting for a reply. The city lords of 100 cities were terrified. The Great Winged Heaven School was a huge palace. Shinkoin Kuroha slowly stopped. A faint smile appeared on his face. Sect leader, bad news, bad news. Someone shouted from outside the palace. Come in. Shinkoin Kuroha's face turned cold. Who? Immediately, nearly 100 people rushed into the main hall. Shinkoin Kuroha narrowed his eyes. What is it? Why are you so flustered? True Monarch Black Feather said in a deep voice. Sect leader, hundreds of thousands of unruly people have besieged the city lord's residence. Sect leader, hundreds of thousands of unruly people have besieged the city lord's residence. Sect leader, the unruly people are causing trouble. Unruly people. Unruly people. It seemed that everyone had agreed to talk about the 100 cities lord's residence. Shinkoin Kuroha raised his eyebrows. At Shinkoin Kuroha's level, Shinkoin Kuroha basically didn't need to manage the 100 cities lord's residence because Shinkoin Kuroha had many other things to deal with. True Lord Black Feather had to rack his brains to deal with the various middle-level sects as well as the great Qin dynasty in the world. Cities. 100 cities lord's residence. What's going on? Shinkoin Kuroha's face changed. Although Shinkoin Kuroha didn't care about the 100 Cities Lord's residence, he knew the importance of the 100 Cities Lord's residence. He also knew that something big might have happened. Listening to the following narration, Shinkoin Kuroha frowned deeply. Shinkoin Kuroha narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Jidong Qian Heng. The world's #1 house. Chapter 676. Squinting his eyes, Shinkoin Kuroha's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. The East Money Bank. The world's #1 money bank. Yes, what do we do now? Sovereign. Sovereign, the situation is getting worse. The people of 100 cities are clamoring to return the money. What do we do now? Clenching his fist, since that's the case, seize all the East Money Bank. Ah! Everyone was slightly stunned. Men, pass down my orders. All the cultivators of the Great Winged Heaven School who are not in seclusion are to head to the 100 cities and guard them well. Don't let anyone enter or leave. Shinkoin Kuroha said in a deep voice. Yes. A person beside him said respectfully. Pass down my orders. Seize all the East Money Bank and deploy them to appease the people of the city. Shinkoin Kuroha said in a deep voice. Yes. Where did the first East Money Bank appear? Shinkoin Kuroha looked at the crowd. In my first open city. A cultivator immediately said. Let's go. This sovereign will follow you to the first open city. Shinkoin Kuroha said in a deep voice. At this moment, Shinkoin Kuroha's face was extremely gloomy. Vaguely, he felt a trace of unease. Leading a large number of cultivators, he flew out of the Great Winged Heaven School in a mighty manner. The 100 cities were the foundation of the Great Winged Heaven School and its source of income. Although the countless cultivators of the Great Winged Heaven School were not loyal to Shinkoin Kuroha's orders, at this moment, everyone knew that the situation was serious and did not hesitate. Quickly assigning tasks, all the cultivators quickly scattered in all directions and scattered to all the cities. First open city. Return my spirit stones, return my spirit stones. Outside the city lord's mansion, there were nearly 700,000 cultivators. The originally arrogant city lord's mansion people were now trembling as they looked at the black mass of cultivators. Too terrifying. At this time, many people did not dare to open their mouths, because these 700,000 practitioners' minds were somewhat abnormal, all of them had ominous glints in their eyes. At this time, if anyone dared to say something wrong, they would definitely be cut into pieces by these 700,000 practitioners. These cultivators were all in the essence state, chi state, and spirit state, and there were many of them. The God Realm martial artists might not care about 25 upper-grade spirit stones, but this time, the impact was too great. The God Realm martial artists had disciples, descendants, and a large number of descendants. If each of their descendants had 25 upper-grade spirit stones, this amount would be huge. Even a God Realm expert would not be able to take it. Everyone stared at the city lord's mansion. Wang Qingshan's expression was extremely unsightly. His hands kept trembling. It seemed like the thing that Wang Qingshan did not want to think about really happened. Boom! At this time, more than 100 figures landed in the Castellan manor. Master? Wang Qingshan's face lit up. Wang Qingshan looked at the white-haired old man in surprise. However, the white-haired old man was standing behind another person. Ah, sect leader, sect leader. Wang Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. Shinkoin Kuroha coldly glanced at Wang Qingshan, then turned to look at the 700,000 civilians. It's Shinkoin Kuroha. It's the sect leader of the Great Winged Heaven School. Shinkoin Kuroha is here. The civilians immediately recognized Shinkoin Kuroha. Shinkoin Kuroha, please help us. Shinkoin Kuroha, my spirit stones are life-saving money. Shinkoin Kuroha, please let me return the house. The Great Winged Heaven School's prestige was still there, but Shinkoin Kuroha's prestige was even greater. Shinkoin Kuroha looked at the civilians. Although he disdained these people, he knew that he could not show it. Chapter 677. Enough! Shinkoin Kuroha shouted. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Shinkoin Kuroha said, "Just now, I've already learned about it. As for the spiritual stones you've spent, I'll make the decision to confiscate them and return them to the East Money Bank. Long live! Long live the true Lord! Long live Shinkoin Kuroha!" The common people all cheered. Boom! Whoosh! Large numbers of shouja flew towards the East Money Bank. Everyone from Jidong Money Bank was caught in the blink of an eye. What is it? What is it? The group of people from Jidong Qianheng who had been captured struggled in surprise. Reporting, there are no spirit stones in the treasury of Jidong Qian Bank. There are only 100 high-grade spirit stones on the table. There are only a few spirit stones on the table. There's no storage. A group of Great Winged Heaven School disciples reported. Where's the money? Great Winged Heaven School's expression changed. Search again. Shinkoin Kuroha's expression suddenly changed. The surrounding commoners looked on in shock. Impossible, Jidong Qian Bank, how can there be no money inside? Jidong Qianheng, why is there no money? The people were extremely anxious. Quiet! Shinkoin Kuroha shouted. Shinkoin Kuroha shouted. Everyone looked at Shinkoin Kuroha. In front of Shinkoin Kuroha, there were dozens of bound cultivators. Shinkoin Kuroha narrowed his eyes. Where are the spirit stones from the East Qianheng? A bound man said, I don't know. You are from Jidong Qian Bank, how could you not know? Shinkoin Kuroha suppressed his anger. True Lord, don't you remember me? 10 years ago, when I went to the Great Winged Heaven School and failed to become a disciple, you told me to continue working hard. I'm from the first open city. I was born and raised here. Last year, in order to pay off the loan, I applied for a job at Jidong Qian Bank. I just joined Jidong Qian Bank last year. I don't know. The man who was tied up shouted anxiously. Shinkoin Kuroha's expression changed as a sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. What about the people who originally came to the East Money Bank? Who was the original owner of Jidong Qian House? Shinkoin Kuroha shouted at the dozens of bound practitioners. Everyone looked over, but there was none. The people from East Qianheng were all gone. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Shinkoin Kuroha suddenly realized that this Jidong money exchange was a scam. The commoners were waiting for Shinkoin Kuroha to make the decision. However, Shinkoin Kuroha's heart had already sunk to the bottom. Shinkoin Kuroha turned his head to look at Wang Qingshan. Wang Qingshan trembled and said in horror, Sect Master, I don't know. I really don't know. Where's the person in charge of the best under the heavens? Let him come over. Shinkoin Kuroha said in a deep voice. Quick, go get Mr. Liu. Wang Qingshan shouted. A large number of disciples rushed to the management office of the best under the heavens. Soon, another group of bound practitioners was brought over. They are also cultivators born and raised in our first open city. How is that possible? Where is Mr. Liu? Where is Mr. Liu? Wang Qingshan exclaimed. Among the shouja that had been captured, there was no Mr. Liu. How could this be? Wang Qingshan said in horror. Shinkoin Kuroha looked at this scene coldly. You mean to say that the original group of people is all gone? Shinkoin Kuroha said coldly. That's right. They must be hiding. They must be hiding. We must find them. We must find them. Wang Qingshan said in horror. Chapter 678. Around them, the 700,000 commoners all felt their moods plummet. Their hearts were filled with panic, as if all of them felt that this was a huge scam. This was too horrifying. If it was true, then this scam was too horrifying. At the same time, in the first batch of rooms in the best lodging house under the heavens, Zhang Xiao's figure shuddered as his eyes sprang open. The essence energy? Why did it shrink? That's not right. Where is the essence energy? Where is the essence energy that is 10 times that of my room? It's gone. Why is it gone? Aside from Zhang Xiao, countless cultivators came out of their rooms and looked at their surroundings in shock. The originally dense essence energy had returned to normal. How can this be? Zhang Xiao exclaimed. Zhang Xiao, let's go. Someone called out from not far away. Big brotherly, what's going on? Zhang Xiao asked out of curiosity. Earlier, the Great Winged Heaven School's people captured the manager of the best lodging house under the heavens. I did not know what happened at first. Now, the essence energy has disappeared. Big brotherly said worriedly. Ah. What? He was captured. Who wants to destroy the best lodging house under the heavens? I'll fight it out with him. Zhang Xiao said hatefully. Zhang Xiao quickly grabbed his treasure and followed the crowd to the city lord's residence. Originally, only 700,000 cultivators gathered. Now, as the situation spread, more and more cultivators gathered at the city lord's residence. As Shinkuin Kuroha stood at the entrance to the city lord's residence, he felt his scalp tingle as he looked at the increasing number of cultivators outside. 700,000, 800,000, 900,000, 1,000,000, 1,100,000. The number of cultivators continued to increase. The area outside the city lord's residence turned noisy. Shinkuin Kuroha suddenly discovered that the situation exceeded what he could handle. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? Wang Qingshan muttered. Shinkuin Kuroha, please uphold justice. The ordinary people shouted. Shinkuin Kuroha looked at the 1,000,000-odd cultivators with an extremely unsightly expression. Then, he turned to look at Wang Qingshan and the others. Why? Why is no one investigating such a major matter? Why didn't anyone report this to me? Shinkuin Kuroha said in a cold tone. Sect. Sect master. Wang Qingshan stammered in fear. Shinkuin Kuroha. My grandfather discovered the problem long ago and came to report it. He was captured by Wang Qingshan. Shinkuin Kuroha, my brother also found out. He wanted to report to the sect, but he was captured. Immediately, many commoners cried out. Caught. Shinkuin Kuroha's face darkened. Sect master, it's like this. Those. Wang Qingshan tried to explain. Men, bring all the captured people to me. Shinkuin Kuroha shouted. Yes. Almost 300 shouja were brought over as more and more people watched. The 300 shouja were all covered in wounds and looked extremely pitiful. Grandpa. Brother. Uncle. 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 The sounds of Jiaohu came from the surroundings. When the 300 shouja heard this, they immediately teared up. At the same time, they looked at Wang Qingshan with hatred. I knew that this day would come. I knew that I would report this to the city lord, but he would not allow it. I would report this to the sect master, and he would lock me up. I knew that this day finally came. A man covered in wounds said sorrowfully. You are Huang Bing. The manager of Datong restaurant? Shinkuin Kuroha recognized him. Chapter 679. Ha ha ha. Sect master has good eyesight. You only went to my restaurant once, and you recognized me. Unfortunately. Huang Bing said with a complicated expression. You saw through me back then. Why didn't you report? Shinkoin Kuroha said seriously. However, he suddenly shut up halfway. Huang Bing had only ended up like this because he wanted to make a report. Huang Bing, how much do you know? Tell me everything. Shinkoin Kuroha said. Huang Bing looked at the trembling Wang Qingshan and then at the white-clad old man behind Shinkoin Kuroha. Suddenly, he revealed a hateful smile. Reporting to Shinkoin Kuroha, although I don't know where the best hostel under the heavens and the East Qianheng went, I know where the spirit stones of all the citizens in the city are. Huang Bing said. Ah! The surrounding citizens immediately cried out. Countless cultivators widened their eyes in shock. Excitement appeared on their faces. Oh! Shinkoin Kuroha's eyes lit up. However, I don't dare to say it. I'm afraid that if I say it, I will be beheaded or even killed here. Huang Bing said with a sorrowful expression. Shopkeeper Huang, just say it. If anyone dares to hurt you, we will fight it out with them. Shopkeeper Huang, just say it. Shinkoin Kuroha will uphold justice for you. Shopkeeper Huang, where is my money? The 1,000,000 cultivators looked at Huang Bing expectantly. Shinkoin Kuroha said seriously, Huang Bing, just say it. I promise you that nothing will happen to you. Huang Bing nodded as everyone looked at him expectantly. Everyone, do you know how much the best hostel under the heavens sold for? Huang Bing asked. I know. A batch of 5,000 houses costs a total of 125,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Someone immediately shouted. Huang Bing nodded and continued, everyone, do you know that 100,000 of the 125,000 superior-grade spirit stones entered the city lord's residence in the city lord, Wang Qingshan? Buzz. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. In other words, of the 25 upper spiritual stones that you handed over, 20 of them went into the city governor's mansion and passed through Wang Qingshan's hands. Huang Bing continued. Who? Everyone looked at Wang Qingshan. Huang Bing, you're slandering me. Wang Qingshan stammered. Ha 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 ha, I'm slandering you. Although the city lord's residence is very secretive, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Wang Qingshan, these disciples of yours all know about it, right? Shinkoin Kuroha, you can check and see if I'm right, Huang Bing guffawed. 25 high-grade spirit stones. There were 20 of them, and all of them were handed over to the city lord's mansion. The common people's thoughts suddenly changed. Their hatred suddenly turned to Wang Qingshan. No, it shouldn't be like this. Wang Qingshan was terrified. Shinkoin Kuroha, the 25 upper spiritual stones were cheated by the Jidong money shop. I don't want them anymore. Shinkoin Kuroha, please return the 20 upper spiritual stones that Wang Qingshan embezzled. Zhang Xiao suddenly shouted from the crowd. That's right. Since you have the money, you should return the spiritual stones to us first. 20 upper spiritual stones. Please, Lord Blackfeather. Shinkoin Kuroha, please. No, I don't have that much money. I don't have it. Wang Qingshan fell to the ground, trembling. Huang Bing sneered and said, you're lying. You can't fool anyone. You must have hidden it. The city lord's residence might have it. Chapter 680. That's right, return the money. Return the money. Countless cultivators in the surroundings roared. Shinkoin Kuroha's face darkened. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand. Behind him, a large number of palaces were lifted. Boom! The surroundings of the city lord residence were razed to the ground. At the same time, a massive formation was revealed. Within the formation, spirit stones were piled up like a small mountain. Long live! Spirit stones! My spirit stones! My spirit stones are here! The commoners cheered. However, Were the spirit stones piled up like a small mountain enough to split among the 2 million people in the city? Before the eyes of the commoners, the spirit stones were quickly lit up. Wang Qingshan trembled as he muttered, "I know now, Mr. Liu. You bastard, I was wondering why you all used low-grade spirit stones to settle the bill. So it's because you want me to not be able to take it away. So it's because you want to scam me. Reporting to the sect leader, we've calculated the total. There's a total of 10 billion low-tier spirit stones." A group of disciples reported. 10 billion low-tier spirit stones. That was only 1 million high-tier spirit stones. In other words, the commoners were only given half a high-tier spirit stone each, and the commoners were cheated out of 25 high-tier spirit stones. Is there any more? Shinkuin Kuroha asked with an awful expression. And no more. Wang Qingshan exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? How can there only be so little? Wang Qingshan, are you tired of living? Shinkuin Kuroha said coldly. Sect leader, please spare me. I still have the same amount of spirit stones back in the sect. Wang Qingshan exclaimed in fear. Even so, a commoner could only return a single high-tier spirit stone. No matter who it was, they knew that it was impossible for them to account for it. What else? Where are the spirit stones? Shinkuin Kuroha asked coldly. I really don't have any more. I really don't have any more. Wang Qingshan exclaimed. You're the one in charge of the spirit stones. Where are the spirit stones? Shinkuin Kuroha asked coldly. I gave half of them to the sect. There are still some in the sect's treasury. Wang Qingshan replied. And me, master. Wang Qingshan looked at Shibuya, who was not far away. Most of it was given to Wang Qingshan as a tribute to Shibuya, who then took care of it. At this moment, the people watched with cold faces. The prestige of the Great Winged Heaven School was being eroded by waves of hatred. Citizens of the First Open City, just you wait. I, Shinkuin Kuroha, will give everyone justice. When I return to the sect, I will take back all the spirit stones. Everyone will receive the spirit stones according to the original contract. Shinkuin Kuroha promised. Yes. The commoners waited. The entire city searched for news of East Qianhang and number 1 under heaven, but Lu Gang, Yifeng, and the others had long since disappeared. Until 3 days later. Within the city, shopkeeper Huang, one of the Huang soldiers who had been imprisoned in the past, suddenly shouted. Shibuya, they're escaping with my money. They're escaping. Chase after them. Huang Bing roared. The 2 million citizens almost went crazy in an instant. They quickly followed Huang Bing out of the city. Rumble. All of them grabbed their Dharma treasures, their eyes filled with madness. They surrounded the group of people who were escaping. Although Shibuya, Wang Qingshan, and the others had high cultivation, many people were watching them. Even the inner disciples of the Great Winged Heaven School had been screwed over by number 1 under heaven. How could they let them escape? The lower void realm expert, Shibuya, led Wang Qingshan, and the other cultivators to escape towards the west with a huge mountain of spirit stones. Soon, they couldn't escape anymore. Only 200 people escaped. However, they were surrounded by 2 million people. Among the 2 million people, there were countless experts. Chapter 681. The Opening of the City. The founder of the number 1 dormitory under the heavens had disappeared, and the entire city was short on spirit stones. Who would still spend 1,000 high-grade spirit stones every month to set up a formation? For a time, the people who had originally bought the house came out. Every day, they hoped that the Great Winged Heaven School would return their spirit stones. The entire city was waiting. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Within the city, shopkeeper Huang, one of the Huang soldiers who had been imprisoned in the past, suddenly shouted. Wuxia, they're running away with my money. They're running away. Chase after them. Huang Bing roared. His voice pierced through the 9 heavens, hoarse and hoarse. The people waiting for the great winged heaven school to distribute their spirit stones suddenly quivered. They didn't need to organize themselves at all. They took out their Dharma treasures and rushed out. Over there, over there. Quick, over there. The city's vigorous encirclement and suppression began. Countless cultivators were defending their own spirit stones. Who would not work hard? As for Huang Bing, who had been shouting earlier, he was now in a remote corner. In the corner stood another man. Qianhu, I've endured the humiliation and finally. Huang Bing smiled. Captain Huang, we remember everything you've done. From the time you went to the city lord's mansion to the time you were sent to prison, to the time you caused trouble at the Great Winged Heaven School, everything has been recorded. Once everything is settled and you are rewarded for your contributions, you will be on the same level as me. Perhaps you can even become my superior. When the time comes, I'll need you to take care of me. The man smiled. I wouldn't dare. Huang Bing said immediately. Huang Baihu, don't be modest. Let's continue. What's next is the most important. The people who escaped are the best opportunities. Let me tell you, they are the first batch of city lords to escape. Said the man. Huang Bing's eyes lit up. The first batch was extremely important. Once it was dealt with properly, it would definitely be a great merit. Thank you for your reminder, Qianhu. I will go now. Huang Bing immediately replied. Take care. Qianhu nodded. Grabbing the Dharma treasure, Huang Bing immediately rushed out. Great Jin Dynasty, Yanjing. In the palace. Rumble. Rumbling sounds could be heard from all directions in the palace. The commoners in the distance all looked over. At this moment, the palace was surrounded by a thick fog. This is heavenly tribulation. I know, it's the heavenly tribulation. But why is the palace surrounded by fog? It's the emperor's tribulation. The commoners said in shock. At the same time, they all looked at him with excitement and admiration. Great Jin unified 60 cities and annihilated the 4 sections. The imperial power had unified the world and achieved great fame. In this area, it was like the sun in the midday sky. A large number of cultivators from the 60 immortal cities headed to the Yan capital. There were more and more Xiuzha in Yanjing. At this moment, countless cultivators could see the tribulation. In the palace, a large number of imperial bodyguards stood guard in all directions. The great formation was activated, and a thick fog filled the air. Mo Yushi carried Miao and stood in front of Skyward Hall, looking at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan stood in the square of Skyward Hall, looking up at the sky. In the sky, dark clouds gathered and rolled. The power of the 39 heavenly tribulations pressed down as if it was going to destroy everything below. Boom! 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 27 bolts of heavenly thunder were like 27 lightning dragons. They rushed down fiercely, and the surrounding void was electrolyzed into a blur. Chapter 682. Standing below, it was as if one could see 27 ferocious dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they swooped down from the clouds. They brought with them a destructive aura as if they were going to tear Yan Chuan apart. Roar! Yan Chuan glared at the sky and roared. The huge roar carried a destructive aura as it rushed towards the 27 lightning dragons. The roar carried an unparalleled might as if this roar was going to command the world. The might in the roar was very strange. It was filled with an irresistible dominance. Bai Ditian, who was outside the palace, was looking at the palace curiously. However, Yan Chuan's roar caused Bai Ditian's expression to change. Bai Ditian realized that this roar was unusual. He stomped his foot. Swish! Bai Ditian instantly arrived at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Mo Yushi glanced at Bai Ditian and ignored him. She looked at Yan Chuan again and continued to transcend the tribulation. When Bai Ditian arrived at the entrance of the Skyward Palace, he immediately saw the wonders of this roar. Amidst the roar, the 27 lightning dragons were swallowed by Yan Chuan. The 27 lightning tails that filled the sky were swallowed by Yan Chuan. This scene shocked even Bai Ditian. The lightning entered his stomach. Is Yan Chuan trying to temper his organs? Bai Ditian was confused. Roar. Yan Chuan let out another loud roar. Suddenly, a huge lightning ball erupted around his body. Countless lightning bolts circled around him, forming a vast magnetic force that violently sucked in the tribulation clouds in the sky. Rumble. The 39 tribulation clouds were pulled down by Yan Chuan amidst the rumbling sounds. The tribulation clouds descended and slowly approached the Skyward Palace Plaza. Roar. After a loud roar, the 39 tribulation clouds finally arrived at Yan Chuan's mouth. As Yan Chuan stared, the 39 tribulation clouds seemed to be struggling violently. Rumble. The vast tribulation clouds were being devoured by Yan Chuan ferociously. More and more tribulation clouds entered Yan Chuan's body, and Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with lightning. Swallowing the tribulation clouds. Bai Ditian let out a sigh. No wonder the palace was covered in fog. Tribulation swallowing cloud. Ha! Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with adoration and tenderness. Rumble. The tribulation cloud struggled, but it still couldn't escape Yan Chuan's heaven-swallowing spear. First heaven tribulation cloud, devour. Second heaven tribulation cloud, devour. Now, it was the third tribulation cloud, and Yan Chuan was still swallowing it. Yan Chuan, Bai Long, Rosefinch and Xuanwu went through the second tribulation together. Yan Chuan didn't even let go of their fourth tribulation, let alone the third tribulation. It didn't take much effort for Yan Chuan to swallow the rolling tribulation clouds into his stomach. Rumble. Lightning flashed around Yan Chuan. After swallowing the tribulation cloud, Yan Chuan stood there and digested it. Rumble. 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 2 hours later, Yan Chuan's body rumbled. Then, the lightning surrounding Yan Chuan slowly dissipated. Yan Chuan opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Mo Yushi and Bai Ditian, who were at the entrance of the Skyward Palace, and smiled faintly. You swallowed the tribulation cloud. What's your cultivation level? Meow. Meow immediately shouted. First tier divine state. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Meow. This doesn't make sense. Others who were struck by lightning until they were half dead are first tier divine state. Why are you the same? You swallowed the tribulation clouds. Meow meow exclaimed. Yan Chuan smiled and didn't explain. Chapter 683. Bai Ditian looked at Yan Chuan with a complicated expression. I heard that the Great Winged Heaven School's 100 city was destroyed by you. Great Zhen and Great Feather are about to start a war. Bai Ditian frowned. Yes, soon. Huoguang is at the border, and he's almost done gathering. Yan Chuan smiled. Even if you have the Golden Dragon of Providence, you can't deal with the founder of the Great Winged Heaven School. That true Lord Great Feather isn't someone you can deal with. Do you need me to help? Bai Ditian frowned. Yan Chuan smiled. No need. I'm already prepared. Oh. Bai Ditian looked confused. Bai Ditian also understood the ultimate strength of the Great Winged Heaven School. The previous sect master, True Lord White Feather, and the founder, True Lord Great Feather. Even if Yan Chuan had the power of the entire nation, he wouldn't be a match for them. Plus, Mo Yushi. That wouldn't be enough. Yan Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Qing Long and White Tiger have already gone to welcome them. They should arrive tomorrow. Mou, she said. That's good. Yen Chuan nodded. In the outskirts of First Kai City, almost 2 million Xiuzha surrounded the 200 people that were fleeing. Shibuya and Wang Qingshan fought back, but the citizens of First Kai City had already gone crazy. Although Shibuya was a lower void realm cultivator, there were nearly 100 deity realm cultivators surrounding him. Stealing our spirit stones is our life. Kill him. Kill him. The battle became more and more intense. Several hours later, even Shibuya was covered in injuries from the array set up by the deity realm cultivators. Boom! Shibuya lost an arm and a leg. On the other hand, Huang Bing gently plucked a ring from Shibuya's severed arm. The storage ring is in my hand. I've already gotten it. Huang Bing yelled. You're asking for death. You bastards. Shibuya was dying. We're courting death. Humph, you're the ones who are courting death by snatching our spirit stones. Huang Bing shouted coldly. Everyone, please gather the spirit stones. We'll divide them equally. Huang Bing called out again. Good. The 2 million practitioners immediately said excitedly. Several spirit stone mountains were quickly distributed. As for Shibuya, Wang Qingshan, and the others, they were on the verge of death. Kill them, kill them. Some people shouted. Don't. Huang Bing immediately stopped everyone. Although the cultivators hated Shibuya and Wang Qingshan, Huang Bing still had a certain amount of prestige. At the very least, if not for Huang Bing's shout, they would still be in the dark. Therefore, even though many people wanted to kill Shibuya and Wang Qingshan, they still asked Huang Bing for permission. Swish! At this moment, dozens of figures descended. It was Shinkuin Kuroha, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Sect leader, save me! Wang Qingshan cried out in grief. Shinkuin Kuroha looked at the surrounding mountains of spirit stones and the group of people lying on the ground. What's going on? You want to leave with the spirit stones? Shinkuin Kuroha said coldly. Sect leader, I've already used the spirit stones to bribe the senior brothers and junior brothers. You want us to gather the spirit stones that we can't collect? How can we do that? We can't. Shibuya said bitterly. Sect leader, many of the senior brothers' spirit stones have already been deposited in the East Money Bank. They can't take them out either. Wang Qingshan said bitterly. So you want to leave with these spirit stones? Shinkuin Kuroha's expression was extremely ugly. Sect leader, we're already in such a miserable state. Please let us go. Shibuya said bitterly. In the past, the Great Winged Heaven School was an emptiness realm expert. How did they end up like this? How did they lose an arm and a leg? Chapter 684. We can't let them go. They were the ones who stole our spirit stones. Huang Bing yelled. That's right. We haven't gotten our spirit stones back yet. They can't just let it go. Many people agreed with Huang Bing. Shinkuin Kuroha frowned at Huang Bing. Shinkuin Kuroha, all 100 of our cities belong to the Great Winged Heaven School. We beg the Great Winged Heaven School to give us justice so that we can continue to support the Great Winged Heaven School. We don't blame the Great Winged Heaven School for this incident because you, Shinkuin Kuroha, didn't know about it at all. However, we can't let these people who stole our spirit stones and harmed us off the hook. Huang Bing said. Shinkuin Kuroha, please be fair. Millions of people shouted together. What was the trend of the times? The pleading of millions of people was the trend of the times. Shinkuin Kuroha suddenly hesitated. Should he go against the will of the people? When Huang Bing saw Shinkuin Kuroha's hesitation, he immediately said, Shinkuin Kuroha, these people ran away with the spirit stones. Does that mean that they took your words for granted? They've already chosen to betray the Great Winged Heaven School. Huang Bing's words seemed to have hit Shinkuan Kuroha's sore spot. These people had always been disobedient, and he had long wanted to punish them. Also, they had betrayed the sect. Yes, they had already betrayed the sect. Shinkuan Kuroha immediately steeled his resolve. I've heard of the Great Winged Heaven School's rules. Betrayers should be executed. Not only did these people betray the sect, but they also harmed the people of First Kai City. Shinkuan Kuroha, please let us deal with them. Huang Bing shouted. Shinkuan Kuroha, please grant us our wish. The people shouted. Shinkuan Kuroha coldly looked at Shibuya and the others. All right. Shinkuan Kuroha nodded. Then, Shinkuan Kuroha led a group of people and slowly flew away. No. Sect leader, save me. Wang Qingshan cried out in grief. Sect leader, don't leave me behind. I know I was wrong. Everyone was shouting wildly, but Shinkuan Kuroha did not care at all. He had only himself to blame, so why should he save him? Moreover, it could quench the anger of the people and allow him to further control the Great Winged Heaven School. Why would he care? Shinkuan Kuroha quickly flew away. However, with this departure, Shinkuan Kuroha had placed the entire Great Winged Heaven School in an irrecoverable situation. Huang Bing's eyes flashed as he watched Shinkuan Kuroha leave. He turned his head and looked at Shibuya and the others. Then, he looked at the people. Everyone, I stopped you just now to prevent you from offending the Great Winged Heaven School. I'm very sorry. Now, the Great Winged Heaven School has agreed to execute this group of people. Everything is up to you. Huang Bing shouted to the people. Thank you, Shopkeeper Huang. Shopkeeper Huang is very thoughtful. The people sighed and looked at Shibuya with hatred in their eyes. These people deserve to die. No, we have to force them to tell us where the rest of the money is. Also, these people have to be cut into pieces. Hatred made the people think of countless ways to torture Wang Qingshan and the others. At the same time, the news of today's events quickly spread in all directions. Shinkuan Kuroha, kill one as an example to the rest. Shinkuan Kuroha, purge the Great Winged Heaven School. Shinkuan Kuroha, selfless, investigate the matter of corruption with all your might. Anyone who participated in the distribution of the spirit stones in the world's #1 store must be executed. This is only the first wave. Next, everyone who participated in the corruption in the 100 cities will be executed. The news spread quickly. It spread to the 100 cities and reached the ears of the cultivators who had not escaped. No, Shibuya is already dead. Is it my turn next? Some Great Winged Heaven School disciples said in fear. Oh my God, Shibuya took out so many spirit stones and was executed. My spirit stones were all stored in the East Money Bank and were cheated. If I can't take out the spirit stones, won't I die even more? No, I can't give my spirit stones to those unruly people. Stay in the Great Winged Heaven School and wait for death. I have spirit stones. Can't I cultivate anywhere? I have so many spirit stones. Can't I go far away? I have spirit stones. Leave the Great Winged Heaven School and I can cultivate quickly. I have spirit stones. What's there to be afraid of? The world is big. Stay here and wait for death. Bah! Shibuya and Wang Qingshan were executed for fleeing. Not only did that not stop the disciples of the Great Feather Heavenly Sect from having such thoughts, it became a wave that grew more and more intense. More and more cultivators fled with the sect's wealth. Leave the Great Winged Heaven School. The second round of the Great Winged Heaven School's collapse began. The people's hearts were scattered. Chapter 685. The Great Winged Heaven School. The Great Winged Heaven School was near the sea, so there were many Great Winged Heaven School disciples living on the islands near the sea. On one of the islands, Inside a palace covered with dense formations. There were more than 10 people standing in the main hall. The leader was an old man with white eyebrows. "Master, the sect master has ordered us to return all the spirit stones to those unruly people," a cultivator said respectfully. The old man with white eyebrows narrowed his eyes. "What's Shinkuin Kuroha?" When Master reached the emptiness realm, he was still in the immortal realm. "He's just a dog of Emperor Mo. How dare he order Master around," another person said. The old man with white eyebrows raised his eyebrows. Clearly, this was a thorn in his heart. "Master, our spirit stones are all with you. Should we return them?" another person said. Everyone looked at the old man with white eyebrows. The old man with white eyebrows slowly walked out of the main hall and looked at the area covered by the array. With a wave of his sleeve, mountains of spirit stones appeared in front of everyone. Instantly, everyone's breathing quickened, including the old man with white eyebrows. People often said that cultivators cultivated the true self and were not disturbed by external things. That was because external objects had not reached the level of tempting cultivators. If cultivators really had no desires, they would not pursue to become immortals and attain the Tao. In comparison, this group of people's desires were even stronger. Spirit stones. In the past, a small treasury of spirit stones might not be a big deal, but what about these mountains of spirit stones? Are we really going to return them to those unruly people? Those unruly people only have themselves to blame. These spirit stones are what we deserve. Don't we want these spirit stones? Everyone murmured. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure flew over. "Master, Master!" That person called out. "HM." The old man with white eyebrows looked at him. "Shinkuin Kuroha destroyed Shibuya's line." That person said worriedly. "What?" The old man with white eyebrows raised his eyebrows. That person quickly told him what he knew. "How cruel." The white-browed old man said with a cold look in his eyes. "Master, even if we hand over all our spirit stones, it still won't be enough. Master, what should we do?" Shibuya and the others didn't escape. Everyone looked at the white-browed old man worriedly. The white-browed elder narrowed his eyes and said, "Shibuya is right. With these spirit stones, we can start a new sect. With my cultivation, it's not impossible for me to compete for the Tiansu. I can even join an inferior sect first, and then steal the position of sect leader. With these spirit mountains, your cultivation will only advance by leaps and bounds in the future." The old man with white eyebrows said. Everyone's eyes gradually lit up. "Master, but Shibuya didn't escape." A disciple said worriedly. "He didn't escape because he was stupid. Why did they have to travel by land? We can travel from the bottom of the sea. Who will know that we have left?" The white-browed elder said in a deep voice. "Yes, Master is wise, Master is wise." Everyone said excitedly. On another island. Another red-browed emptiness realm expert looked at the spirit stone mountain in front of him. "Master, our line didn't control any of the major cities. It has nothing to do with us." A disciple said with a smile. The red-browed emptiness realm expert shook his head and said, "No, although we didn't take over 100 cities, we received more spirit stones. In order to take over the position of city leader, they spent a large amount of spirit stones to bribe me. They gave me quite a lot, but not as much as they had. However, I'm not stupid. I helped them not just one city, but 10 city leaders. I received more spirit stones than them." The red-browed emptiness realm expert said in a deep voice, "You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.